Good afternoon. Welcome back in here once again. I am George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now, Kentucky, and we do have a significant alert day out for much of the state today. If you haven't already seen, we have posted there is a tornado watch active for most portions of the state. I do expect we'll probably see some more inclusions in that watch. We'll show you where that's at, of course. Show you the radar. Of course, begin our live coverage here of these storms as we have an active ongoing threat in far eastern Kentucky. Our new round of storms has entered western Kentucky, and more storms will continue to form throughout the afternoon and evening here throughout the state. Of course, before we get started too much on this, as always, I already see some people doing it. They're getting used to doing this. If you would not mind, tap the share button at the bottom portion of your screen. If you're over there on Facebook, you can share it to your news feed. If you're on YouTube, you can copy and share the link. Again, our goal is to keep as many folks as informed, up to date, and safe as possible. And it's through you all sharing the broadcast that's the most effective way to do that. So thank you guys again. We appreciate you all. I see a bunch of shares coming through now. Thank you guys again for all of your help with that. And of course, you're hearing those dings go off. That is the warnings that keep getting issued. So we'll go ahead and pull up our radar here. And I will also, here in a little bit, pull up our main screen to show you the newest model data, as well as the newest SPC outlook that just came out, I think, 7 or 8 minutes ago. So we have a lot of new things to show you guys. We'll obviously begin our live wall-to-wall coverage here, and we'll be live with you guys throughout the duration of the event like we are with all systems here in Kentucky. Brittany, thank you for your 50 stars. Rain, thank you for your $2 super chat. I appreciate you. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the radar here. Let's start with eastern Kentucky, where we've seen storms just continue to progress over here in the eastern portions of the state. I will tell you that we're very thankful that this front side has had a lot of rain with it the entire way, because if it was just this line of storms here, as you can see in your deeper reds, we would have a big problem out there once again. But the rain that is in front of it has kept it mostly at bay. These warnings, by the way, all day today have had tornado possible tags with them. For the most part, we have not seen too much rotation with these. There have been a couple of instances, I believe, back toward Richmond, Berea, and Irvine. I did see a little bit of rotation out there at one point. Would not be surprised if that may have spun up something real quickly. But as is the case for most of these storms today, this is mainly 60-mile-per-hour wind gust in this line of storms out here in far eastern Kentucky that are now approaching the far border, if you will. Sandy Hook, West Liberty, Saylorsville, Paintsville, Prestonsburg, Hindman, Hazard. I believe this warning down here for Hyden and Harlan is going to be allowed to be canceled. The Moorhead to Hazel Green to Hampton warning will probably be canceled as well, or allowed to expire, that is. So this line is on its way out of Kentucky. When it gets a little bit closer, we'll look at Ryan Hall's camera from the Hascam network, and we'll take a look and see what those storms look like. As far as our new round of storms, it is just now getting going, really. So we had a solid 4 to 5 hours there of some clearing for much of western and central Kentucky. And what that's done, as you can kind of see here, I'll just go and pull up the main screen, is it's really jumped those temperatures back up. It's not really hard to tell where the warm front is if you look at this map here. You can tell the warm front is kind of just north of I-64 there. As you can see, the top northern portion of Kentucky is much cooler. Then again, we kind of expected this to happen, and that's why you were left out of a lot of the higher end zones for a lot of forecasting. And we'll show you the brand new SPC forecast. It just came out a few moments ago. To stick here with us, let's get through the overview of where we're at right now, where we're going. Okay, most of your mid 70s to 80s out here are from the sunshine that you've seen for the last few hours. As that storm system has made it into eastern Kentucky, you can see what that storm system did to eastern Kentucky's environment. Much cooler out there, a lot more stable right now. We'll see how you out there in eastern Kentucky recover over the next few hours for this round of storms in the western portion of the state. But again, if you look at the dew points, if we go over and switch over to the dew points, and this is again as a courtesy of the Kentucky Mesonet, you can see generally everyone's in the mid 60s to maybe even low 70s in some places. And once again, northern Kentucky, you're in that upper or that low 60s, upper 50s up there. Again, the warm front has not made it to you. It likely will not. All right. So again, while it's still warm up there, you're not at the warmer echelon of things. But generally, pretty much all of Kentucky is in the what we call warm sector. Okay. So again, looking back out here to West Kentucky, where the storms are currently setting up, they are posing a slight, or I should say, an enhanced hail risk as well as damaging wind risk. There is a couple of tornado possible tags on this. So far, most things have stayed at bay here. There is some little pockets of rotation all the way through this, again, indicating maybe more of a downburst of winds and some hail occurring, which is exactly what's happening there. What we need to do now is kind of see how these storms evolve as they push further into Kentucky. Will they create just this massive a wave of showers, almost like the first line did. Will stay a bit more discreet like this, where we have just this fine line of storms. We'll have to see. Down here in Tennessee, they're already getting their day going with multiple tornado warnings, as well as destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, what we're kind of looking for now is how these storms evolve as they move more into Kentucky. Again, what that does is tell us exactly what maybe the threat is. By the way, if you did miss it, there is a tornado watch out, and there is quite the gap in here, and I will explain why here in just one second. So again, you have tornado watch here in purple or pink, whatever you want to call it. Eastern Kentucky, your watch is mainly for that first round. The rest of Kentucky, your watch is mainly for this round. And you're going to ask, George, why in the world is Evansville, Indiana, northwestern Kentucky in that watch, even though these storms will likely go just south of that area? Well, at some point, we do expect that there will be a couple of storms that spawn somewhere in southern Illinois, southwestern Indiana, closer to that low pressure there, and move across the Ohio River. That's kind of 50-50, though. As of now, we have not seen any storms spawn closer to that low pressure, except for all the way up near the boundary. They haven't really spawned anywhere in between just yet. The expectation is that somewhere or at some point this line will fill in, okay? And again, producing all hazards risk as it scoots to the east. As for you folks in Elizabethtown, Campbellsville, Danville, Lexington, Louisville, Breckenridge, B counties over there toward Owenton, Cynthiana, and Berea, where you're in that warm sector, but you're not in that tornado watch yet. The reason that you're not in that watch yet is because we don't know how these storms, and again, we don't make the watch, so I'm kind of speaking for the SPC here, just a little bit of what I guess may be the reasoning as to why you're not included in that watch yet, because we don't know exactly what these storms are going to do as they evolve, as they push to the east. Will they just create a bunch of rain around them? If that is the case, we will avoid the highest probabilities in this non-watch area. You'll likely still see rowdy thunderstorm activity, so don't see this blank here and think, oh goodness, we're not going to see anything. That's good. We're good to go. Let's have our outdoor plans, whatever it might be. No, you're still going to see thunderstorm activity in this area. The question is what do these storms look like by the time they get toward this area? Are they going to produce a severe risk? And since it's not since it's not as known yet or as confidence, they have not put the watch out for that area. Also, we have not seen any storms spawn in here. So again, you have not seen that watch extended to here yet. My guess is at some point you'll see this watch. I don't know why it doesn't include Campbellsville, Liberty, and Stanford already. It should have kind of made a nice little line right here. But they have this little U shape, if you will. My guess is at some point that you will see the watch probably extended up toward Breckenridge, Hardin, maybe Nelson. Kind of this line right here where my hand is going across. I don't think we'll see Louisville, basically I-64 to the north. I don't think we'll see you in a watch today at all. Again, it's going to be 50-50. It wouldn't surprise me either way. But the better energy is definitely to the south of Louisville, south of Lexington, maybe even south of Elizabethtown. It'll be very close for Elizabethtown. It'll be very close for Danville. It'll be very close for Berea. All right, so again, kind of in that sector there where you're not currently in a watch. I don't wish to let your guard down yet. A lot of these are progressive based, so we got to see kind of how these are trending before new watches get issued. I'm a little bit surprised that it went this far north into Evansville, Indiana, just because we haven't seen anything spawn over here in Illinois yet. But again, they're kind of doing that because the expectation is that this line will kind of eventually try to build in. And I'll show you that on model data here in just a second as well. But real quickly, before we go to the model data, just want to point out once again, we do have severe warnings near Paducah, Metropolis, Illinois. And again, it's mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then down here for Arlington and Bardwell, Kentucky. So on and so forth. And back out here for Eastern Kentucky, Sandy Hook, West Liberty, Saylorsville, Hyman, Hazard, again, where we see some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust action with this line of storms that we saw this morning. Okay, so here is the newest model data coming in. And then I'll show you the newest SPC forecast. Here's the NAM3K model. We'll show you its idea, and then we'll show you the HRRR model idea. Those are your two short-range models that we look at. All right, so advance this forward about right now. You can see that the NAM3K model does not see any of the activity toward Paducah, whereas if we click on the actual radar of what's happening, we obviously see that there is activity in Paducah. So we can already tell this model is not handling it maybe the greatest. It does eventually see the activity, but doesn't actually start it until 6 p.m. Eastern Time. We know that it's 4 p.m. Eastern Time right now. We do have activity over there. So again, models aren't great. We usually don't look at models a day of. But I just kind of give this to you, just kind of show this to you just to give you some context as to what's happening here. And then by the time around 7 to 8 p.m. rolls around, it does have a very strong to maybe even rotating severe line along I-65 here, and has storms severe all the way up into southern Indiana. Again, I don't know if that's going to be the case because, again, the warm front is kind of sagging a little bit right now. So it's delaying those better energies from getting up into Kentucky. You also have all this activity into Tennessee that's also going to try and block the warm air from getting more and more into Kentucky than it already is. So, again, some things working against what this model is trying to show. Advancing us forward to around 9 to 10 p.m. Eastern Time does have the line beginning to weaken by the time it gets towards Somerset, Lexington. Again, this has been a very common theme on all model data. The main reason for that is because you still have storms going on out there as of 4 p.m. The environment's not going to have enough time to recover, in my opinion. So I think we know that. I think we can pretty much say that the storm line's going to weaken by the time it gets to I-75. If you guys don't know where I-75 is, it's around where my cursor is. Basically, it runs from Cincinnati-ish. Again, it's not going to be perfect, but ish. But basically, draw an imaginary line from Cincinnati to Lexington to Somerset down in Kentucky. That's basically around where I-75 is. And from around there to points east is where we expect storms to really begin to die down because, again, you're still having storm activity ongoing right now. As for the HRRR model, it's been pretty decent at picking up what's happening right now. It has the storms in Paducah. Advancing this forward, it does show some rotating storms and some strong to severe line of storms, maybe along the parkways to point south, basically where they have the watch area to point south, but doesn't really have a whole lot of strong to severe storms over here from northern Kentucky, mainly just rowdy thunder showers that are going to be loud, nothing really too crazy about it. And then once again, by the time it gets to the I-75 area, Cincinnati, Lexington, Somerset, along the imaginary line there, and past to the east, it pretty much weakens it. So pretty much the HRRR model has its only severe threat, basically from around the Bluegrass to West Kentucky parkways to point south, which again has been a pretty common theme. If you look at our forecast that we made at 5 o'clock yesterday, I'll pull that up here for you. You can see that as well, our better zone was along the parkways to point south. So again, that's kind of been the common theme with this, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see those severe storms push to the north. And here's why. Again, the SPC, I'll go ahead and turn all this stuff off here so you can look at it a little bit better. Let's turn the radar off. Let's go over here to the outlooks. The SPC has left, this is a brand new outlook from the SPC, and they pretty much left it alone. They have the enhanced risk basically from Cynthiana, Flemingsburg, over to Louisville, along the Ohio River, toward Owensboro, Morganfield to point south, pretty much including around 80% of Kentucky, if you will, in that 3 out of 5 risk. 2 out of 5 risk to the north, and pretty much for the rest of Kentucky. So again, their idea, what they're expecting, is that not only these storms to be severe, but they're expecting some storms to pop up here in Illinois, maybe southwest Indiana, to scoot across the Ohio River and produce a lower end, but still a respectable severe risk for along this boundary right here, if you will. I will tell you though, that we have seen tornado warnings all the way up here in just the general thunderstorm risk, not even the 1 out of 5. We have seen 2 tornado warnings outside of the risk areas today. So, again, my advice to you on a day like today is that everyone needs to pay attention. I do think there will be a gap somewhere, probably along the Ohio River, in storms. Again, don't take that to the bank. That could absolutely change. But we've seen severe weather, not only severe weather, but we've seen tornado warnings outside of the higher end areas. So, again, that kind of points to the fact that everyone just kind of needs to keep a loose eye on today, especially if you're in the southern half of Kentucky. So, once again, I'll kind of draw that line there for you. So if you're in that southern half of Kentucky, basically this area, you probably need to pay attention a little bit more because this is where the best mixing of all ingredients is, basically from E-Town to Madisonville to Campbellsville, Bowling Green, Hopkinsville, Murray, Somerset to point south. This is where that best zone is for all ingredients. And then you have this zone here where it's a little bit more questionable. Probably should have put that in a different color. Let's just do this 1, 2, right? And then you have this zone here that's pretty much outside of the warm front or has way too many storms going on right now for storms to really be severe later on. So again, that's kind of where we're at right now with storms. My expectation is that, again, this might be a long day for a lot of folks. The main hazard, in my opinion, is going to be damaging winds. I think, in my opinion, the tornado risk is there, but it's not nearly as high as the damaging wind risk. Damaging winds, we could see wind reports today up to 70, 75 mile per hour, which is quite substantial. That's pretty much hurricane force winds. There will be some instances of ping pong, maybe even up to golf ball size tail with some isolated pockets. And yeah, we could see a couple of tornadoes in the state. To me, the better tornado potential is down here to the south in Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, so on and so forth, Arkansas. But for us in Kentucky, I think it's more so damaging winds and hail. This does not look like a Friday event for us where it's, going to go down in the history books for Kentucky. But it still could produce a respectable severe threat today. So I want to make sure that everyone's kind of paying attention. And I will tell you this as well. This is a part of a cold front today. So the back half of May, pretty much from tomorrow to until about June, it is a much more pleasant weather ride. Will be a little bit cooler outside, a little bit less on the dew points. May still see a couple spotty days of a few showers, from now until the end of May, as that always occurs. But overall, the weather looks a lot more pleasant. So just get through today. Make sure you have your guard up today, even though I know everyone's exhausted. There's storm fatigue for sure out there. But just make sure you have your guard up today. Reminder that NOAA weather radios are out of service today for most folks in Kentucky. Again, they're working on upgrades for that. I don't know why they picked this time of year to do that, but that's what they did. So you need to make sure that you have any local emergency apps downloaded. If you missed that, we posted that graphic on our page from our teammate Lauren, who took the time to make all that into one graphic for you guys. So go look at that post or scroll down our Facebook or Twitter pages. You'll see it there. And again, just kind of stay on guard here with us. We're going to be live with you guys throughout the storm coverage as well. So you'll always have those resources available. By the way, I have seen a lot of questions about this. Every other operation with the National Weather Service will be 100%. So sirens will still go off, warnings will still go out, everything else will work the exact same. The only thing that's not going to work today is the weather radios. That's it. So everything else will still work as expected. All right, I'll get to a few questions, but you guys know my deal. I don't answer a whole lot of backyard questions because, again, it's all about how these storms evolve, and we'll see how those evolve. And, of course, we'll give you the heads up when you need them. No, the tornado sirens will work, guys. Yeah, I'm not really sure who made the decision to do it in the middle of May, uh, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, I suppose. No, these are mainly moving east northeast, guys. So what you're seeing in Tennessee likely will not make it up to Kentucky, especially the tornado warnings and stuff. Those will go, if they do, it'll make it to far eastern Kentucky. By the time they get there, they're probably not going to be a whole lot of anything. So again, most of this that you're seeing down here in Tennessee will stay out of Kentucky. Our storms that we're worried about is this line in western Kentucky as that grows, as it moves to the east. That's pretty much our concern. Timing, guys. Again, if you're just my best advice for timing, you all, by the way, is just to have some context, right? If you know that you're in far east Kentucky and the line that we're talking about out there in western Kentucky, obviously it's going to be about 4 to 5 hours till it gets to you. So just use that kind of perspective. Knowing where you're at on a map is going to help you a lot on weather videos. Everyone in the state of Kentucky today is at least a level 2 out of 5 risk. Most folks are in a 3 out of 5 risk. So the answers to any backyard questions are generally going to be the same. Will this be the only line tonight? I do believe so. We may see some more storms behind this line here to the western portions of Kentucky. But because of the morning line and this line here, I don't expect our environment to be able to support a severe threat after this. So again, I think pretty much this line out here in Western Kentucky is going to pretty much be your only real severe threat today for a lot of folks. Alicia, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate you. Again, if you want to know how these storms are moving, by the way, as well, follow the shape of the polygons. So again, you have this polygon that's kind of starting here and then ending here. So you know that this cell and most of this line is moving northeast. This cell down here in Tennessee and this cell down here in Tennessee is moving mainly northeast as well. But again, a lot of this stuff down here in Tennessee is eventually going to run into this line that will be ingested. Do you think any central Kentucky tornadoes will be on the weaker side, Lexington area? Lexington area is, I think, above. By the way, here is the tornado risk today. Again, as you can tell, it's been kind of dwindled down a little bit. We did have a very big hatch zone, and it keeps moving more and more to the south. So again, that tells you that the tornado risk is likely decreasing a bit today, which I agree with. But everyone in the state, pretty much in yellow there, is at a 10% risk for tornadic activity. Brown is 5%, and green is 2%. So again, generally most of the state is at a 10% risk to see tornadoes. In that hatched area is an additional 10% risk of seeing a significant tornado. So what that means is basically a 10% chance of an EF2 level or greater tornado occurring within 25 miles of a point. Charlene, thank you for your 500 stars. I appreciate you so much. Wow, thank you very much. Jennifer, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate that. Ashley, thank you for your 50 stars. Yes, I think the greatest threat today is damaging winds and isolated large hail. And again, we're still going to see probably a couple of tornado warnings today, but I don't think we're looking at Fridays that level of activity. Reagan says, "What time should Hopkins County expect that line?" Once again, I think you're obviously very close to it, probably within the next hour and a half or so. Starting when obviously they're starting now, and if you're closer to the line, it's going to be a little bit faster for you. If you're on the opposite side of the state in Eastern Kentucky, obviously it's going to take a little bit longer for you. Weeping Willow, hello, how are you? George, I've got a problem. I'm finding myself addicted to the weather now just to hear your analysis. Well, I hope you guys don't see my face for a while. I would like to take a vacation at some point. When we'll hit Owensboro again, Owensboro might be one of those areas where we see a gap. But again, if it does hit you, probably would be a couple of hours. Again, guys. So here's the latest, by the way. I will show you this as well. This kind of gives you an idea. The National Weather Service out of Louisville made this graphic here that I will show you when I can find it. Actually, that seems to be pretty bad. Let me see if I can find a different one. Or I will just draw it on the map. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna draw it on the map. Not saying their graphic was bad, but obviously 12 to 4 is probably not the correct time frame anymore because it started after 4. Okay, so probably let's do like here. We will go, obviously 4 to about, let's say 6:30. And again, my drawing is not going to be the best. Bear with me. Okay. We'll use blue for this area. So 6:30 to about, let's say 9-ish. And then this area, I'll just go ahead and put the rest of Kentucky in there. 9 to about midnight. Okay. And again, the big question right now is, will this area, let me go ahead and draw this little line here, will this area to the north actually see any storms? Let me up that because I think my DPI is too high or something. Let me do this. Because my mouse is wanting to go everywhere. And of course, it's not going to work. Great. I'm trying to turn my mouse sensitivity down because it is very, very, very high. Okay, it's just not gonna let me. Okay, cool. Turn it down anyway. Yeah, Mike, a still series is really irritating me lately. I might just have to go fully back to Logitech. There, finally. Hang on, let me turn my mouse sensitivity down, guys. It is very, very high right now. Yeah, it's on 1,000 DPI, which is not where it should be. Okay, that is much better. I can actually control my mouse now a little bit. But here's a very rough estimate on timings for you guys. High mouse DPI would take it to the moon. Yeah, I know. It was. I don't know why it was that high. Central Kentucky hail size again, pretty much the same for everybody. Again, because most people will see smaller hail today. If you do see hail, we're not talking about that gigantic hail that we were projecting on Friday, but in a couple of instances on the greater hail sizes, you could probably see up to golf ball sized hail. Is Breckenridge County again? Everyone in the state is at a storm risk today. Sorry if you hear my dog, by the way. I don't know why he's barking like that. No, Chloe. Yes, these are all Eastern times, by the way. Can't hear the dog, don't worry. Awesome, because he has the most annoying bark ever. First round wasn't bad for most folks. For Eastern Kentucky, it's been a windy afternoon for them. What about Bowling Green? The same as everyone else today. In a 3 out of 5 risk to see severe weather. All hazards are possible with that timing there that you see on your screen. The times are Eastern time. If there are tornadoes today, are they expected to be PDS and Bowling Green? The line from Tennessee is showing crossing into Russellville. No. Again, we could see a couple of intense tornadoes today, but I would bet that those would happen south of Kentucky. Again, the SPC did say that there are a couple of intense tornadoes possible in Kentucky today. But I do want to remind you that the better odds of that are going to be below our state, to the south of our state today. For us in Kentucky, again, I would just remind everyone, I think the main risks is damaging winds and maybe some isolated large hail. And a couple of tornadoes are possible, but determining how big those tornadoes are going to be before they happen is literally impossible. If we didn't have family in Kentucky, we'd move. The weather here in the South is awful. It's definitely been a roller coaster. It has been. I feel like we had. I haven't done the math on it, but I feel like we had an above average winter, with in terms of snowfall. And then it's just like we didn't even have a break. It's just like a switch just flipped. We went right to severe weather, and it's just not. It's really not been much of a break. But I can again give you some good news that I think after this storm system today, we have a cold front come through, a pretty comfortable rest of May. I don't really see a whole lot for the first couple weeks of June. Now, again, once you go more than a couple weeks out, the data becomes very unreliable. But even for the first part of June, I don't see a whole lot. In summertime in Kentucky, if those of you that are newer here just generally did not know, summertime in Kentucky, we usually really don't deal with tornadic activity very much. What we have most of the time in the summer Kentucky, times of thunderstorms anyway, is what we call MCSs, mesoconvective systems, which are usually your wind producers, usually what we call wind bags, and very heavy rainfall. So I do think, well, I can't say for certain this is our last bigger and severe risk. Of course, we don't know what the future might hold. Historically speaking, once we get to about the end of May in Kentucky, our severe risks for tornadic activity anyway tend to decline or decrease very rapidly. So again, while I can't say this is the last event we're going to have, I can tell you that historically speaking, our risks change more toward damaging winds and very heavy rainfall in the summer, versus more of this ugly crap. This is the same broadcast as on Facebook Live. Again, it might look a little bit different because the timings are a little bit different. Yes, this second round is the main show, so we are expecting it to be worse than the first round. Yes, Pixie. Again, I'm gonna take the timings off for now, so I can draw a new line. I think by the again, we're talking about this round of storms right here. Once that gets to about, let's say, this area, that's when we expect the storms to begin to die down. They will still produce a lower end but still present severe risk for this area. And then by the time they get past that, they should be pretty much dead or just generally strong thunder showers at that point. So again, that's kind of how we're expecting the day to unfold. But I will say again, don't bank on that because we've seen systems like this just continue to live on and on and on when they really shouldn't. So I don't want anyone to bank on when they're going to die or what areas might get missed because these types of storm systems are capable of producing some of the most random things in the world. I promise you. We just want to touch base real quickly. We do have a severe warning out here for Paducah, Smithland, Calvert City, Eddyville, Princeton, and Marion. And again, this warning is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We are starting to see a little bit of it trying to spread to the north there. So again, quite interesting. Again, the thing I want to do right now and over the next little bit is just see how this goes. And again, that's not like the answer you guys want. I know you guys want to know for sure what's going to happen, but on a day like today where we have that morning round of storms and some things are evolving as we're speaking, what I want to look for over the next little bit is just see how the storm line acts. To see how it acts. Does it grow to the north? Does it get a lot of rainfall on the front side? Just a couple of those little questions. Again, those are going to help determine what exactly we see down here in Tennessee. So just to kind of show you what we're talking about down there. Go ahead and pull our drawing box back out once again. Do these storms become supercellular right here, for example, and make it to Bowling Green before this line does, or Russellville? Again, a question we don't know. And are they going to act in a severe manner or a behaved manner, because the actual better energy is back here with this line? So again, a couple of things that we don't know. With these storms, when they get to about right here to Albany and Monticello, are they still going to be severe? Will the line catch up to it and ingest or absorb those storms? So on and so forth. There's little things that, quite honestly, we don't know yet. I could tell you what we think, and that's kind of what I've been doing, but we don't know exactly how those are going to look as those get closer to that main line of storms. By the way, we're quickly out here for Saylorsville to Hyman to Wayland. Again, severe warnings are continuing on out there. But I imagine that they're probably going to be allowed to expire, because I can't really imagine these are that severe anymore. They're probably strong and loud and rowdy, but I really can't imagine those are very severe anymore at this point. So again, your main show is now beginning to take over out here, Western Kentucky, and what we're doing over the next, a little bit here is just kind of seeing how these act now that they're actually starting. It's one thing to have a storm system come in from like Oklahoma or Kansas or Missouri, Arkansas, and come over to Kentucky. We already know how they're acting, but it's another thing for us. I mean, again, just kind of look at the radar here real quickly. I'll go ahead and put it in motion here for you over the last 50 scans. You can see for yourself this storm line is being birthed right here. It's just now like generating truly, if it ever wants to play. Hello, come on. Come on, there we go. So again, just to pause it right there, barely any activity there, right? So we can tell these are brand new storms that are just now being birthed. So again, it's one thing to have storms that are already ongoing. We know what they're looking like. We know what they're doing as they push into Kentucky. It's another thing to have storms literally pop right here next to Kentucky and not really know exactly what they've done yet. Because again, in a span of an hour or so, we go from nothing to having a slew of warnings and a slew of severe storms. So again, it's just a matter of seeing how these evolve over the next little bit. That's what's going to tell us what we're going to be able to see for places like Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Bowling Green, Litchfield, Elizabethtown, Campbellsville. All of you folks asking what are we going to see? Well, it all depends on how this thing evolves as it moves into Kentucky. So that's kind of what we're doing right now. Let me see what's going on here. Okay. The yellow boxes are the severe thunderstorm warnings, and those are moving away from Lexington. Is the beeping is the radar? It's for when tornado warnings pop up. Stephanie, thank you for that report there. Yes, we've already looked at the storm going toward Madisonville. It is 60-mile-per-hour wind gust right now. Thank you again for all the shares and likes on the broadcast. Again, that's the number one way to help support us and help us spread our information out. So thank you to everyone sharing and liking the broadcast, both on YouTube and Facebook. I appreciate you guys so much for helping us. Do you see the system producing any discrete supercells based on what you're seeing? Well, it's already producing some discrete supercells down here into Tennessee. As far as Kentucky, this one down here in Clarksville, Tennessee could make it up to Kentucky and it could produce something. But again, you can kind of already see it trying to connect to that line. Because again, this was not here about 15 to 20 minutes ago. So you can already see the influence that the line is having. It's already wanted to absorb this and quite honestly make it into just a rainy mess in Kentucky today, which I'm sure we would all just be kind of on board with at this point. No, Lexington's not clear. Again, the main round is back out here to Western Kentucky. There's no one that's all clear yet. By the way, I know this is not in Kentucky, okay? But there is a tornado warning storm right over at Cameron, Tennessee. I want to see if we can see it. And the camera's out. What about this one? Well, that does ruin that. I was really wanting to see that one. That's probably why, because the hook is literally right over the camera right now. Oh, come on. This was the last frame before the camera got taken out. So yeah, it looks a little bit rowdy there. Wow, look at that tornado warning down here. This one's definitely rotating. I wonder if this camera that's a couple counties away can see the backside of it. It's not even looking toward it. Interesting. Again, that one was not in Kentucky. I just wanted to go ahead and look at it just to kind of look at it honestly. So if everything absorbs into the line, the tornado risk will continue to drop. That's correct. So again, you can still get tornadoes to come from a line of storms, of course. Like perfect example is down here, where it's you do have a warning with that line. But overall, your greater risk for tornadic activity would be any cells that pop up in front of it. And again, the reason for that is I like to explain it like this. Um, shoot, I can't. I don't really have my explanation here. But again, just kind of think about it like this. You have this storm, for example. I'll go ahead and draw a circle around it. That is all by itself. So every bit of heat and energy and wind energy in the atmosphere can go right to that storm. This is not a sun. These are all supposed to be arrows pointing to the storm. But anyway, you get my idea. Okay? So it can do pretty much anything at once. It doesn't have to share its energy. It can be selfish. It can get nice and big. Okay? And it can rotate and it can go anywhere, move out once, make right turn, left turn, whatever it might want to do. Whereas in a line of storms, right? It has to share the energy with that entire line there. It can't just go wherever it wants to go. It can't absorb all the wind energy, all the fuel for the storms. It has to share everything. So what happens in that aspect is the wind energy is now spread across a line. And that's why you get more of your straight line winds and maybe even some hail from a line like this, because the wind energy is being stretched, it's being pulled, it's being shared across the entire line. Whereas down here, it can do anything it wants with it. It has all of its own space, all of its own energy. So that's kind of the difference between the two. So your better tornado risk are almost always going to be with supercells that are in their own space, in their own environment. Whereas if you're talking about a line of storms, you can still get tornadoes to occur with some embedded rotation, but 9 times out of 10, it's going to be more of your hail risk as well as your damaging wind risk. Angelica, thank you for your $5 super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, temps are almost 80 degrees in a lot of places. Here is the current temperatures around the region, by the way. Will Stewart County actually see a tornado once again? We don't forecast tornadoes by counties. That's quite literally impossible. But I can just tell you, look at where you're at on that risk map from the SPC. Most folks are in that tornado risk, 10% there in yellow. So again, you have a 10% chance of seeing a tornado in your county. But as far as telling you if you're going to see a tornado or not in advance, it's quite literally impossible. That's why no one does it. Storm, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, Fort Knox is in that 3 out of 5 risk, so all hazards are possible if you even see that storm line get up to you today. Again, it's all depending upon how this line evolves as it pushes to the east. Same thing for Glasgow. Again, I just want to remind everyone, we're not going to get in all the backyard questions, folks. We're not, okay? But I do want to tell you that there is the SPC risk right here. Pretty much everyone in the state is at least a 2 out of 5 risk today. Most of the state, 90% of it, if you will, is at a 3 out of 5 risk. The question right now is if that line of storms out here to the west, can it grow to the north and actually produce storms for Morganfield, Owensboro, Louisville, Lexington, so on and so forth. Right now, it's looking like the better chance for storm activity is along the parkways to point south. And again, if you just missed it, by the way, as well, we've already posted this on our pages, but there is a tornado watch out. For some reason, it's not popping up for... There it goes. Had me scared there for a second. But there is a watch out. It does leave a good chunk of the portion out, or a good chunk of the area out of the watch. Again, I know you're going to ask me, can you expect it to fill in for E-Town, Campbellsville, Danville, Lexington, so on and so forth? I would say it's 50-50 right now. And again, it all really depends on, if you want to ask, what's happening today, you need to look right here. You need to keep your eyes right here. This is the round of storms that's going to produce the severe threat. And what we need to see is if it's going to continue to grow on the northern side and actually produce storms on the northern side of the line, or if it's going to stay mainly the southern half of Kentucky type of storm system. Also, we could see some cells, like we're seeing in Tennessee, pop up in front of the line. I don't think that's going to be as likely as it will be in Tennessee. Obviously, we're seeing it happen there. But it is possible that we could see a supercell or two pop up in front of the line of storms. The only problem with that is, ideally, you would think or normally you would think, oh George, that's really bad, and it is really bad if we see cells pop up in front of the line. But you have to remember we had a long line of storms this morning. So if we see too many cells start to pop up in front of the line of storms, what we're going to see actually evolve is just a bunch of thunder showers today. So again, there is still the possibility out there that this is not as bad as advertised. So I don't want anyone to think that this is going to be, this is not anything like Friday, in my opinion, folks. We're not looking at baseball, softball, gigantic hill, 90-mile-per-hour winds, multiple EF4 and EF3s. That's not what we're looking at today. But there is the chance for severe weather, including all hazards, mainly for the southern half of Kentucky. And Hopkinsville, should I go for a shelter? Again, to be on the safe side, probably because that storm line will be in your area in about an hour or so. And again, just based off of what the last few days did, guys, I would never tell you to not go to a shelter unless it's just like very obvious a storm is not going to be dangerous. Because again, what is it going to hurt you to go to a shelter for a little bit? Deanna, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, D Dub. Murray can. It's the same answer I just gave right there. Same thing for Martin County. Again, everyone's going to pretty much get the same answer today, folks, because if you look at it once again, everyone's in the same risk. The only people that are not in the 3 out of 5 risk are very far in northern Kentucky and extreme portions of eastern Kentucky. That's it. Everyone else in the state is in the same risk, so everyone in the state is going to give the same answer. And again, if you're asking if you should go to a shelter, it's never a bad idea to go to a shelter. Okay, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Murray, Sedalia, Water Valley, Kentucky that does have a tornado possible tag on it. Let's go and take a look. It's not your normal rotation, but there is some more of a Boeing segment type of rotation where you have just these little bitty notch outs and then the kind of the curve in, by the way, if the kind of the C shape right there. Again, nothing really crazy to write home about, but there is some evidence of some weak rotation there. So I do like the tornado possible tag on that warning. Again, we do have right here from Murray to Water Valley to Sedalia against severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and a tornado possible tag on that. Up here for Eddyville to Fredonia to Marion to Salem to Berna, Smithland, Paducah, and Calvert City. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust on this warning. No tornado possible tag on that. Madisonville, Princeton, Nortonville, Arlington would be up after this area. By the way, those warnings out there for far eastern Kentucky have been allowed to expire. This is mainly just a lot of thunder showers at this point for Louisa, Painesville, Prestonsburg, Pikeville, Wheelwright, Jenkins. Again, mainly just loud thunder showers out there now. No severe warnings with that line. So now pretty much all of our attention is going to focus on this western line here. Lisa, no. Do you consider Muhlenberg South Kentucky? Um, Probably southwestern. Alicia, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Eastern Kentucky won't see storms again until later tonight, and they should be out of their severe window by then. Kayla, no, I mean, you're still in a 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather. The question is, again, for those of you, so places, again, so listen up, guys. So the question for places like Morganfield, Henderson, Owensboro, Hardinsburg, Brandenburg, Radcliffe, Mount Washington, Louisville, Frankfort, Cynthiana, Paris, Carlisle, Flemingsburg, to points north toward the Ohio River, to the north there. The big question for you guys, the potential is there for severe weather. You're of course in that warm sector. The question for you, will this storm line actually develop on the northern side? Right now we just see rain showers. So again, most of the storm line is going to be down here to the southern half of Kentucky. So the big question for you isn't whether you're going to see severe weather or not. It's if that storm line is going to see, are we actually going to see it grow on the northern side? If it does, then you are at a severe risk. If it does not, then you will just have casual rain showers today and not much more. Yeah, the timelines are posted on Facebook and Twitter. A mobile home is never a good choice during a severe weather threat. How long will we know if it's a threat or just rain showers for us by the Ohio River? Again, depends on where you're at. So again, if you're in, like, for example, Morganfield right now, obviously the storm line's probably going to pass you without too much of a harm. Will that be the same for Henderson? Will that be the same for Owensboro? Will that be the same for Hardinsburg and Brandenburg? We won't know until the storm line gets closer to you. We have to wait and see how it develops on the northern side. Again, this is not a line of storms, guys, that's been alive forever here. This is just now being birthed over the last hour or so. Weeping Willow, all I can tell you is I trade a 10% chance in all those areas. A brick house is solid. Paige, thank you for the update out of Dawson Springs. I appreciate you. The storm's moving northeast, guys. If you follow the polygons there, you can tell it starts here, like, for example, in Paducah, and then kind of goes up here to the north or to the top. That's a northeastern wiggle. So again, all these storms are basically moving northeast. Here, I'll put an arrow up for you. Again, kind of like that. Do the Tennessee Storms have enough juice to make it into Southern Kentucky? They can, but the problem is this storm line's already starting to catch some of these cells. Um, so again, we just don't know how those are going to look by the time they actually get absorbed. In London, Kentucky, again, it'll probably be about 4 or 5 hours till it gets to you. And once again, that's an area where we expect the storms to begin to die down. Chastity, thank you very much. The main line is the line out in Western Kentucky right now. Deanna, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Yodel, you almost made me laugh, my friend. How about Fayette County, Lexington, Kentucky, once again, in that 3 out of 5 risk? Again, 10% risk for tornadoes. Main risk going to be damaging winds if that storm line develops on the northern side. Same thing for Bowling Green. In a 3 out of 5 risk today, all hazards possible with this line here in a couple of hours. Again, almost all the answers, guys. No matter where you ask, you're pretty much. I'm not going to say you're wasting your time, but I'm just going to tell you that all the answers are going to pretty much be the same today. Anthony, the big question for Louisville specifically is going to be whether or not we have storms develop on the northern side of the line. Once again, that's the big question for Louisville. You do have warm air there. It's not as much as the rest of the state. You're a little bit cooler. But again, the big question for Louisville and again along the Ohio River there is will we have storms develop on the northern side of this line? Yes, NOAA radio is down. Correct, Mason. The purple color on the map right now is your tornado warnings. The yellow color on the map right now is your severe thunderstorm warnings. The watches have been turned off. Brianna, I need to know where you're at in order to answer that question, my friend. There is now a tornado warning in Kentucky. Let's go ahead and take a look at this warning box for Murray to Farmington to Hardin to Benton, Kentucky, out there in the southwestern portion of the state. This is a radar indicated rotation. And we do have more of a northern wiggle on this. So it's a left turning cell right here, if you will. Does look like we have some rotation here. Some pretty solid rotation ongoing. No correlation drops, which is good news. The Hellcore is really lagging behind on that. But again, we do have a tornado warning now. Let's go ahead and read the bulletin for you. A tornado warning has been issued for northwestern Callaway County, southeastern Marshall County, and southeastern Graves County in western Kentucky until 4:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:57 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Linville, or 11 miles west of Murray, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Murray around 4:05 p.m. Central Time and Benton around 4:10 p.m. Central Time. And again, this is now a tornado warning for western portions of the state. This tornado warning is, if it keeps going, would move toward Princeton and Madisonville. But again, that's a big if, guys. We don't like to do that on tornado warnings. We'll let you guys know if areas up afterward would be under the gun or not. This just came out, so we need to give it some time to breathe. Yeah, guys, if you're looking for forecast information, I want to recommend you go to our pages. You'll get a much faster answer for that. As for our answers today, Pretty much everywhere is going to get the same answer. Almost everyone is in a 3 out of 5 risk today, which includes all hazards of severe weather being possible. And of course, if you're closer to the line, it will happen sooner for you. If you're in places like Bardstown or Central Kentucky, obviously it'll be a few hours. If you're in far eastern Kentucky like Knox County or Prestonsburg or Paintsville or something out here, obviously it won't be until after sunset. Let's go ahead and position that right there like that. No, this will not be like Friday. Again, Friday's threat was a historic threat. You're going to have a hard time comparing it to any system. But this storm system will have its own respectable threat. Yeah, I'm watching Elizabeth. Why has Kentucky been getting so much severe weather recently, especially near Mayfield? Um, I think it's important to remember that between the middle of April to the middle of May is pretty much our peak severe time. So we almost always get severe weather there in this time. Why was the tornado watch canceled? Let me see. The tornado watch in eastern Kentucky has been canceled because the tornado watch in eastern Kentucky was for this line. That line is now dead and it's also past this area. That's why the watch in eastern Kentucky has been canceled. And again, folks, if you want to see where the watch is at, obviously we posted that a couple of hours ago onto our Twitter and Facebook. We might see another tornado warning come out here soon. It's close. I would say that's Calvert City. Nonetheless, either way, these winds have definitely taken a tick up. Let's see here. Yeah, 65, 65, 60, 61, 65. I wouldn't be too entirely shocked to see this warning get upgraded to a 70-mile-per-hour warning. There's a little bit of hail in there, but not a whole lot. And again, that would mainly be for Calvert City. There's that tornado warning. I just said that might come out. There it is. Eddyville to Fredonia to Crane to Luca. I-69 here to Delaney, just north of Princeton, Kentucky. Catawba along I-24 and I-69 there, where that merger is. Again, we do have 2 tornado warnings active now in western Kentucky. This one looks like it has some solid rotation going to it. I want to post this out to our social media real quickly. Give me just 1 second. Okay, tornado warnings have been posted. Just want to make sure I got those out there. Again, since we do have multiple warnings now starting to be issued, I'm gonna start answering less questions about forecasting. Again, we spent the last pretty much hour doing that with you guys, as well as putting all that information is on our. Sorry, that water was fighting back. Is already on our Twitter and Facebook if you guys want to go view those. Again, all that information is already out there for you guys to know when, where, what, who, how to expect. Again, all that information is on our Twitter, Facebook, and even on our YouTube. So go look at those if you need to know what's happening tonight. Right now, we're transitioning more into coverage on the actual tornado warnings that we have. So we make sure these folks are prepared and safe. Once again, we do have tornado warnings for Eddyville to Luca along the I-24-69 line there. Going up toward Fredonia, Flat Rocks, Crider, just north of Princeton. And again, here where you see that purple arrow is kind of where your rotation is. Doesn't look like anything too absolutely crazy. Again, we've definitely seen much more impressive signatures, if you will. But once again, radars don't always depict perfectly what's happening. So once again, make sure you're staying indoors if you're in that purple box. That purple box, once again, is the tornado warning. Let's go ahead and check in on your warning down here for Murray to Lynn Grove, Coldwater, Dexter, Hardin, down here southwestern Kentucky, where once again we're not seeing a whole lot of rotation, but it is just enough to prompt that tornado warning. And again, so remain indoors if you're once again in that purple box down there in southwestern portions of the state. Here's a little bit of a zoom out. We're still not seeing a whole lot on this northern side. It looks more like rain than anything. But we'll continue to see how this northern side of the line can evolve, because that's going to be important as to whether or not these areas along the Ohio River actually sees storm activity or not. By the way, for a lot of you that were asking about that supercell in Clarksville, can it make it up toward Oak Grove, Russellville, Bowling Green? You can kind of already tell once again that it's being ingested by the line of storms. So the odds are this is not going to be a supercell for much longer. It's going to become a part of the line of storms. Again, time frames and everything else has already been posted on our page, folks. Yes, pretty much all of Kentucky is in an all hazards risk. But right now, the tornado watch only exists for certain areas. And I'll go ahead and turn that watch area back on for just a little bit here. Your tornado watch area is currently in pink. I imagine this one's probably going to be allowed to be canceled as well. So your only tornado watch area will likely be out here in the purple zone. This can be extended to the east. It all depends on how far north this line generates itself, as well as what does the line look like by the time it gets out here. That's when they'll make the decision on whether or not to expand it to the east. But right now, your purple area is your watch area. Again, timeframes have been posted on our pages. Someone comment to Krista on YouTube and ask her to refresh her stream because we are still live. Again, this line is just now being started, folks, out there in Western Kentucky, so that means no one in the state is all clear. Everyone needs to remain weather aware. Thank you, Rain. Again, those asking about time frames, the easiest answer for this, I want to tell you all once again, this is your line here, okay? So knowing where you're at on the map is going to help you answer your own questions very easily. That's not to be rude, that's just to help you out, because I'm not going to be able to answer all of your questions. We have currently 1,500 viewers across the board. I can only physically see about 5 to 6 comments at a time, so the easiest way to answer your questions is to know where you're at on the map. So again, here is your round of storms. So for example, if you're in Elizabethtown, obviously it's going to be a few hours till it gets to you. If you're in Lexington, it's probably going to be 4 to 5 hours till it gets to you. If you're out eastern Kentucky, it's probably going to be another 6 to 7 hours ish before it gets to you, maybe a little bit faster than that. All right. So just using some of that context there. Owensboro, probably about an hour or so. Hopkinsville, probably about 45 minutes. Bowling Green, probably about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Right. So again, this is the line here. This is your main show. We might see some storms on the backside, but this is going to take down the environment so much that storms on the backside are not really going to have a chance to survive very much. So again, this is your main show. I know you're going to ask, George, can we see cells pop up in front of the line? That's possible. But what we're seeing right now, evidence, is that cells that are popping up in front of the line are either quickly dying or they're being ingested by the line itself. So it's not going to throw timeframes off too much. If you have any other questions about timeframes, those have been posted onto our pages. But again, we do have 2 active tornado warnings, so I want to make sure we're focusing on those areas because, again, that's where they need to get a little bit more attention and make sure those folks are remaining safe. It will give your area that same attention if your area becomes under the gun. So we do have tornado warnings active for Hardin, Murray, Dexter, Kirksey, and Coldwater out here in southwestern Kentucky. We also have tornado warning active for Eddyville, Fredonia, Crane, and Princeton. What happened to the radar? Okay, that was weird. We do also have severe warnings for Providence to Eddyville, Calvert City, and Salem. And severe warnings down here for Murray, Hazel, and Sedalia. Once again, those are for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. We do have some general thunderstorms along the Kentucky-Tennessee border, but those are not severe. We do see a couple of cells trying to pop up in front of the line, but those will likely be ingested into the line at some point. What I want to check now is the velocities out, see if we see any real pockets of rotation anywhere. Again, on both of these warnings, I'm not seeing anything super remarkable. As you can tell, there's really not a whole lot of rotation there, but there is enough to prompt those tornado warnings coming out. So once again, there's not a whole lot there, but there is enough to prompt those warnings to be issued from the National Weather Service out of Paducah. Tango, I've been doing this for 7 years. I can tell you that it would not matter. People are still going to ask. Thank you guys again for all the shares on the broadcast. By the way, we appreciate you because sharing and liking the broadcast is the number one way to help us spread the information out. So thank you guys very much for your help with that. I appreciate you helping us save lives today. Looks like Brett's on a storm down here in Mississippi. That's Mississippi, right? Yeah. No, that's Mississippi. We're second guessing myself. I just want to see it. And it's frozen. The tornado warning for Murray, by the way, has been canceled, which I do agree with. I didn't really see a whole lot there. As for the Eddyville one, there is still some rotation ongoing, but again, it's not anything remarkable. It looked a little bit more impressive earlier. Now they could probably go ahead and cancel it because I don't really expect it to be there for the next 20 minutes. But it is going to be curious to see how that kind of evolves. Again, just to kind of draw it for you right now, this is kind of how we're expecting things to pop off here. So again, right now we know that this area is likely going to see strong to severe weather. So that's Madisonville, Beaver Dam, Horse Cave, Columbia, Bowling Green, Edmonton, Russellville, Hopkinsville, so on and so forth, okay? The question for, I'll go ahead and put it in green, I suppose. The question for this area, right, in green, what is this little bunch of rain showers? What is it going to do, right? And it's on the northern side of this line. It's a little bit further away from the better energy, but it still has enough energy to produce strong to severe weather if it wants to. So when it comes down to places like Morganfield, Owensboro, Hardinsburg, Elizabethtown, Barstown, Taylorsville, Nicholasville, Danville, Lebanon, Lynchville, Calhoun, so on and so forth, when it comes down to those areas, it's all going to come down to this part of the line here. Okay, when you're talking about areas to the north up here in like northern Kentucky, your big question is, does anything spawn out here? Because right now, obviously, there's really not a whole lot there. Obviously, and also, you're pretty much along or north of the warm front up there. So storms shouldn't be as bad either way. Okay, so deleting all that, the big question for places out here in eastern Kentucky, right, is you quite literally just had a strong storm system move through within the last couple of hours. Your environment is likely pretty worked over. Let's go in and take a look. Well, really, it's not, actually. There's still quite a bit of energy out there, which is honestly quite surprising. But the big question for you is, how did those storms impact the environment? Also, these are a lot more sun-based storms than what we saw on Friday. So again, kind of, we if you want to see severe weather, not saying you want to, but if you're looking for severe weather, it needs to really happen with some of the sunshine up, or it really needs to happen just after sunset. So by the time these get out here to eastern Kentucky later on tonight, there's a lot of questions. As for timing, I will kind of draw you a brief timing map, folks. So let's do a little something like this. Boom. 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 And then we'll just leave that. So this is anywhere between now and let's call it 7 p.m. It's going to be Eastern time, folks. Eastern time. 7 to about, let's call it 9 p.m. 9 to about 11. And then maybe like 10 o'clock and after. So let's put A. Okay, so these are all Eastern times, and these are rough estimates off the top of my head. Okay, these are not going to be perfect. So if it doesn't come right at 7 o'clock, don't be looking for my IP address. All right, these are just rough estimates. Here is the timing. Again, the main question for the northern half of Kentucky. So if I draw a green line right there, is how are these storms to the north right here? How are those going to act? The southern half of Kentucky is where we have a little bit more confidence in. Right, the southern half of Kentucky, because obviously we see storms performing along that boundary there. As those push to the east, they will likely to continue to perform for a little bit. But again, it all comes down. Just to be quite honest with you guys, these storms have really just now started, so we don't have a whole lot of history about them. It's basically my analysis. We don't have a whole lot of history, Model data is indicating that there's going to be a lot of rainfall with this, which will help to tamper down the severe threat a little bit. But again, we just don't have a whole lot of history with this one, folks. We just don't. So these are kind of evolving in our area. Pretty much, Kimberly. WKYT isn't reporting any tornado warnings for Kentucky. I couldn't answer for you. But obviously, they focus on eastern Kentucky. The warning for Kentucky's over here in the western portion of the state, out of their viewing zone. Don't worry, guys. I already suspended them. Everyone, reel it back in here, folks. Reel it back in. What is that bell sound? That is the radar letting us know a tornado warning got issued. WKYT just now reported that tornado warning. Better late than never, I guess. Couldn't be us. Yes, Grant. Mainly because, again, that Ohio River in the northern half of Kentucky, it's all going to depend on what this part of the line right here does. And again, right now, it's just some casual rain. So again, that can change. That likely will change at some point. But when it changes is the big question. All right, I'm going to take a break from the backyard questions, folks. We've been answering those for an hour and a half here. I want to just look at I want to look at the radar for a little bit. Again, all the forecast information, all of your questions can be answered if you just go look at our pages. We have all the information out in both video and post form if you want to read or watch about it. Thank you, Janet. I appreciate that. Teresa, thank you. Joyce, I am located in Hardin County, Kentucky, but we cover all the state. Oh, Christine. Okay, okay. Thank you for the $20 super chat on YouTube, Christine. Or I'm not even going to try to again. Thanks again for all you do. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got you, twin. Yes, Sarah. It's doing nothing in Springfield, Kentucky. I don't think it's. Where is Springfield, Kentucky at? Isn't it somewhere out here? Yeah, it's not even close to you yet. You still have a few hours. We have some rotation now starting back up once again out here from Murray, Kentucky. We'll see how that trends over the next couple of radar scans. They are still holding on to that tornado warning for Fredonia to Eddyville. But I'm gonna be quite honest with you guys. I don't see anything. I don't see anything there. There could be something on the bottom set, and they just canceled it. Okay, good. Very, very good call by them. The one thing I cannot stand is unnecessary tornado warnings. We have to focus on false alarm rates. Because if you keep having too high of a false alarm rate, people are not going to listen. I know that shouldn't be the primary focus, but it has to be a focus. And I'm so happy that they canceled that warning there. Tango, yeah, weather-wise is great. If you guys ever have any questions on how to make it look a little bit better or how to make it look like in my settings, again, you all you have to do is shoot me a message. I'll help you with that. It's nasty and rare right now. I bet that's quite the strong thunderstorm ongoing there. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, probably a little bit of hail involved. Lots of lightning out there in Murray, Kentucky. This line seems to be moving pretty fast, so I'm gonna take a little cheat code. Let's see how fast it's moving. Moving at about 50 mile an hour, so it's kind of moving pretty fast here. So again, we're gonna go ahead and just show you guys. If you're behind this line, you are pretty much all clear. By the way, so like places like Paducah, Bardwell, Clinton, Mayfield, you're pretty much all clear. Let me just double check the model data so I can make sure I'm not putting my foot in my mouth. Yeah, again, we might see some rowdier storms on the backside, but they're not going to be a whole lot of anything. So see, here's the model data. I'll show you this real quickly. Again, this is a brand new model coming in right now. As you can see in the top left there, they're not all blues. That means this model's still coming in. It's brand new. And this top left where my cursor is, that's where your time frame is. Okay? So again, for those asking about time frame and asking when things are, please turn the volume up. Pay attention for the next 3 minutes. Okay? Time frame is in the top left. 4 p.m. Central Time is 5 p.m. Eastern Time, so on and so forth. Okay. So again, does show those storms evolving from Western Kentucky, but look at the northern part of the storms. Does not really have it doing a whole lot. And then it's just ingest all those cells in Tennessee. Those come up into Kentucky, just get ingested into the line there, and just mix, honestly, what I'm looking at here is just a bunch of thunder showers with a few hail cores involved with it. Not a whole lot of anything, okay? That's 7 p.m. Eastern Time. This is 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, looks like it's already starting to get a little bit weaker there. We do finally see some action on the northern side of the line, but by the time that happens, the line's already weaker. This is 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, we see a little bit of rough cells on the leading edge, maybe a couple of cells on the backside toward Paducah. Let me check the sounding real quickly. Yeah, even the sounding looks very, very weak. Looks like it's pretty worked over there. Lots of 3 cape and down cape, but again, almost no lift. Very little shear and helicity. Yeah. And that photograph looks completely opposite. So again, I think the backside storms, while they may get rowdy, it shouldn't be a whole lot to worry about. But again, even the model is trying to depict, mainly a strong thunder shower line with a little bit of a severe risk, but not a whole lot. So again, that's the model. I'm going to be quite honest with you guys. I don't look at the models on the day of an event. The only reason I'm looking at it for you guys' sake is just to kind of give you guys some time frames to go off of. But generally speaking, the big question is for the northern half of Kentucky, how does this line perform as it pushes to the east? For the southern half of Kentucky, how does the line act once it absorbs a lot of these cells in Tennessee? That's kind of where we're at right now. Alicia takes a long time. How for this SBC update? The next SBC update won't come until late tonight. And again, we'll be out of the threat by then. New tornado warning issued out in Murray, where we did see some of that brief rotation occurring. Again, just to the east of that city there. Look on a different radar here. Yep, we do still see some rotation ongoing. Closer to New Concord, Kentucky, out toward Hamlin. Again, we do still see some rotation ongoing out there. This almost looks like a Boeing segment of rotation where you get some of those weaker, quick, brief spin-ups, if you will. I'm not seeing much of a correlation drop. So again, right there where that little concave is, that's likely where, if there is a tornado occurring, that's likely where it would be. Right there where that purple arrow is, pretty much. Very close to the purple arrow. So again, that's just east of Murray, heading away from Murray. And then if it continues on, would be toward Lafayette, Oak Grove, and Pembroke, Kentucky. If it continues on, it's of course that's going to look a lot different by the time it gets to those areas. Out here in Princeton to Fredonia, up there toward Providence, between Highway 60 and I-69 here, a big cluster of a thunderstorm there, but non-severe at the moment. Look like probably 50-mile-per-hour winds or so in that area. No, the line's not weakening. Once again, guys, just want to remind you guys, this line just really got going about 4 o'clock. So the line is neither weakening nor strengthening. It's pretty much maintaining its strength right now. As you can see, there's still dozens of severe warnings, most of which are just to the south of Kentucky. Yeah, McCormick, I don't know if that's the wisest decision in the world. Luckily the northern part of that line does not look like anything too crazy right now, but there will definitely be a few lightning strikes at the least and some torrential rainfall for a little bit in Owensboro near that time frame of 7 p.m. So again, that's probably not the wisest decision that I've ever heard of. And if you want to, you can clip that and send it to them. Have you ever considered having a co-host for your extra long stream days? I have asked several people. Several people are not ready for the responsibility that comes with that. What did this person ask? How do you stay safe when there's severe weather in your area while broadcasting? Well, I broadcast, and then if I look out the window and I hear a train coming through, I book it to the basement, and then I come back when it's over. That's pretty much how that goes. London, Kentucky. Again, I'm gonna reiterate that it does not look anything like what you saw the other night. I actually think by the time the Storms get to, they will be in a bit of a weaker fashion. Do you think it could weaken by the time it gets to Scottsville, or where it weakens as it moves east toward where I am? Once again, I think it's a wait and see game. I think we're trying way too hard, guys, to try and figure out what this is going to weaken or strengthen that. Again, this is a storm line that just got going. Okay, we have to let it breathe for a minute first. We have to let it see what it does. Once we see what it does for a little bit, we can understand how it's acting. Then we can forecast where it's weakening and whatnot. Again, my bet is that it will get to about I-75 before it weakens, which is again towards Somerset, Monticello, Albany, Danville, Lexington, Cincinnati, so on and so forth. That imaginary line there, if you will. That's about where I think it would probably start to weaken. As for these areas of central Kentucky, again, I think it's still going to be strong to severe. Update for the Murray warning down here. This is still tornado radar indicated warning. I just want to take a look at the velocity once more. We do still see quite the bowing segment there. Again, right there where you get the little hook out would likely be where some rotation is going to be at. Again, if there is a tornado, it would be right there. Again, this is not anything crazy, not a crazy impressive signature here, but there is still definitely enough to definitely warrant a tornado warning in that area. You probably could almost put one up here toward whatever in the world that is, Hicko, Kentucky. Very close to being rotating up there as well. Also surprised there's not one down here in Tennessee. Very, very close. Yellow boxes are your severe thunderstorm warnings. The purple boxes are your tornado warnings. How do you see Louisville, Kentucky? Again, it's going to be close. Again, I want to reiterate that the places along the Ohio River, basically the northern half of Kentucky, it's going to be very, very close. Because again, your threat depends on what's happening in Uniontown, Morganfield, and Sturgis up here in the top left corner. That's your storm spot. So again, it all depends on, do we see storms continue to form and continue to build on that northern side up there, or will it continue to just remain rain showers and not really do a whole lot? I can tell you that over the last few scans, it is starting to strengthen up there toward Morganfield. But again, it's going to be very, very close. Unfortunately, the best answer I can give to a lot of you folks along the Ohio River is that tonight is pretty much a wait and see kind of night. Again, and I know it sucks to hear, but my job is to be transparent with you. Okay, I'm not going to give you some BS guess that may be right and may be wrong. The best thing tonight is to just stay kind of loosely tuned in, stay alert, make sure you have a way to receive warnings, because again, it's close. It's 50-50 on the northern half. Christina, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate that. Yes, James, the skies clearing will help build fuel for the storms, but it's important to remember that storms rely on more than just fuel, more than just heat. They need wind energy, they need lift, they need moisture, they need a right exit region or left exit region and a jet stream. They need a whole lot of things. So again, I know we all look at the sun and think, "Oh my God, it's going to be a blasphemous day out here," and a lot of times that is true. But for a lot of storms, you need more than just sun. You need more than just heat. You need more than just one or two things. You need all ingredients. Hey, George, I hope you know you saved lives on Friday night. We appreciate what you do. Beezy, thank you very much for that kind comment. I appreciate that. Yes, Samantha. Lakin, thank you for your 99 stars as well. I appreciate you, my friend. Casey with the 99 stars, thank you very much. Let me make sure I didn't miss any donations. Oh my goodness, I did. Teresa, thank you for your $20. Sandy, thank you for your $15. Linda, thank you for your $20 donation as well. I appreciate all of your donations on Venmo and PayPal, guys. Thank you guys very much. Again, as you guys know, we split up all of our donations with our team. So again, thank you guys very much for helping us make things a bit more affordable for them. Okay. Yeah, so definitely have some rotation on going down here. Again, you probably could see a warning there as well as down here. I'm kind of surprised there's not. But again, there's still time. You might see those warnings come out. But again, just a heads up. Anywhere in this yellow box, Katie's, however you guys want to say that. I always get yelled at either way. Rockcastle, Canton, Donaldson, Lytton, land between the lakes, National Recreation Area, Aurora, Shiloh, New Concord, Hamlin, Boatwright. Again, anyone in this yellow box here, I would probably remain indoors and in my safe spot. Again, I know we're the only tornado warning is down here technically, but there's a couple of rotation spots along this line of storm, or along this cluster of storms. The live cam that you're seeing there is located in Hodgeville on South Lincoln Boulevard. The next outlook won't come out until I believe 1 or 2 a.m. So again, the update that you're seeing now would likely be the last outlook. Courtney, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you, my friend. Again, guys, I don't think this is anything like Friday. Friday was a historic storm system. You're not going to see that too often, especially back to back. Oh, by the way, Friday we had a lot more wind energy. Tonight we are kind of lacking the wind energy a bit in our state. To our south in Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Arkansas, they have better wind energy than us. As you can tell, there's more tornado warnings down there. Again, I think we might have more of a rowdy thunder shower risk tonight. More of damaging wind gust, isolated hail instances. Could see a couple of strong tornadoes, but again, it's going to take everything going perfectly for those tornadoes to happen because we just don't have as much wind energy as we had on Friday. But on grade, same thing as everyone else. 3 out of 5 risk, all hazards possible as the storm line approaches your area here in a little bit. Is this storm system today going to be this one line and then over, or is there a storm after? Yeah, your main severe risk is with this line and with these cluster of cells. Behind the storm line, we may see a few more cells pop up like we already are out here to the west. But because this line has been so strong, I don't expect that we'll have another severe risk. I think we're really talking about this one line tonight. Again, just a reminder as well, this is all part of a cold front. So I think the weather for the back half of May and going into the first part of June is going to be quite pleasant in Kentucky. So I know there's a lot of weather fatigue, a lot of warning fatigue, a lot of severe storm fatigue in our area right now. But just get through tonight. Continue to have your guard up tonight. Just be safe. You know, and then after that, we'll all be rewarded with some very nice weather on the backside of May. There is not a tornado warning in Princeton. There is a tornado warning down here for the far southern edge of Kentucky, where Hamlin, Kentucky is, but there's not a warning, not even a severe warning in Princeton. Muhlenberg County is the same thing as West Kentucky. Again, all hazards possible as this line approaches you. Main risk being damaging winds and hail. Yes, Chris, that's correct. Your birthday is May 29th. Well, happy early birthday, my friend. Donna, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that. Travis, Caitlin, thank you for becoming followers. I appreciate you. Sirens going off in Princeton. I'm not really quite sure why. Did you hear the NWS confirmed East Kentucky was hit Friday with a mile wide EF4? Last I heard was that they confirmed EF3 to EF4 damage. But to be honest, I haven't looked at any reports since we've been busy with all this weather today. And I'm assuming you're talking about London, Kentucky. Guys, the only tornado warning that I'm seeing in Kentucky is in Hamlin, Kentucky. So I'm not really sure why there's other people saying there's warnings other places. There's a tornado watch in some places, but a watch and a warning are two completely different things. Yeah, I'm even looking at our backup, and even our backup is saying only one tornado warning. So, again, there's only one tornado warning in the state of Kentucky, and it's down here in Hamlin. I mean, it's always great to have that plan in place, um, especially throughout the last few days where we've had this significant severe weather. Guys, I'm never going to tell anybody to stay in a mobile home during a severe weather threat, even if it looks like it might miss you. Again, my advice is always going to be never to be in a mobile home. I'm not sure, Alicia. Again, time frames kind of look like this, folks. You know, you got this area here, Madisonville, Crofton, where it's happening now. I'll kind of draw a brief map once again because I've seen a lot of timing questions once more. Again, find yourself on the map. It will help you guys out a lot. Here to here to let's go like here. Okay. Obviously, this is between now and about 7 p.m. This is probably about 7 to 9. This is probably about 9 to 11. And again, these times are not going to be perfect. I'm just kind of eyeballing these off the top of my head. It's probably 11 and after. Again, these are all Eastern times, by the way. Eastern time. And again, find yourself on the map. It's going to help you guys out a lot. Because I'm trying to save my voice, so I'm not going to answer timing questions about everybody's front porch. I love you guys to death. You guys know that, but goodness gracious, I'm trying to save my voice. Would you say the line is weakening? No, not really. Again, the line's barely been alive for more than an hour and a half, so we really don't have much of a what's what I'm looking for of a pool to go off of. We need more of a sample size. That's the word I'm looking for. We need more of a sample size. Yes, that's a great idea, actually. So here is the Lauren made this a couple days ago, and it's one of the funniest and yet best graphics I've ever seen for watch versus warning. Here is the difference between a watch and a warning, and then I will take this off. And yes, it's using my favorite thing in the world, a filet of fish sandwich from McDonald's. Correct, Venus. And Lexington, like Lexington, Louisville, Owensboro, Henderson, Breckenridge, Meade counties, even Hardin County, Bullitt County, all those areas pretty much just north of the parkways. The biggest question for you is how does the northern part of the line look as it pushes east? Does it continue to just be a rain shower? Does it evolve into a stronger part of the line? Again, you really don't know yet. I know you can't see the time frame. Give it just a second. I will put it back on. Thank you, Jessica. A Baconator from Wendy's? Yeah, you're dead for about 3 hours. Dude, I have had a Baconator from Wendy's a couple of times, and every time I have that sandwich, it just makes me feel like I am the worst human being in the world for a few hours. Like I just feel so disgusting. Okay, here are those time frames once again. Yes, again, everyone in Kentucky is in a risk today. Again, the northern half of Kentucky, there's a little bit of a question for you on whether or not you'll have storms even form. Because again, this is kind of looking like just mainly rain showers. There's really no storm activity up here yet. So again, the big question for you is how does the northern half of that line perform as it pushes to the east? Below that green line, it looks a little bit more higher confidence. Again, my thoughts for every county is pretty much the same, folks. Everyone's at an all hazard, severe risk. Main risk, however, continue to be damaging risk in isolated large hail pockets. And again, there are your time frames on the map there. Now, these storms are moving mainly east northeast, not southeast. Thank you, Danny. I appreciate that. Kale, they will weaken at a certain point. I do expect that probably by the time I'll draw a different line, just kind of give you guys some perspective. Again, they may weaken faster than this. You know, again, this is a line of storms that's being birthed over us right now. Okay, so they may weaken a little bit faster than this, but I expect that by the time it gets about this point where this blue line is, so basically around 10 p.m. or so, around that blue line, that's where I expect the threat to really begin to drop off. Now, again, that does not mean for you folks out here in London, Somerset, Anvil, Jeffersonville, Lexington, Cynthiana, so on and so forth, does not mean the severe window is completely over. You're not going to see a severe storm. That's just where I begin to, where I think it begins to drop off. Let's go ahead and switch the color once again. By the time this storm system gets to about this line, that's where I expect the severe threat to really pretty much be done at that point. Again, can't rule out maybe a warning or two, but again, that's where I expect it to really be done. All right. So I know there's a lot going on the screen right here, but here's all the information you guys are asking about pretty much. Doc, thank you for becoming a supporter. I appreciate that. Ty Whoopity. Oh my, I don't even remember where that's at. Green can hardly see. I know, but it doesn't matter what color I use, you guys. Everyone complains about the color, no matter what color I use. Do you think Tornado Alley has shifted our way? I think there's a lot of reasons for there being increased tornado activity in Kentucky. And I hate I'm not gonna lie to you, I hate the term Tornado Alley because dependent upon ocean temperature, jet stream, all that nerdy crap, okay? Dependent upon all that is what you see that year. I will say that we've been pretty much in the same pattern for the most part for the last 5 to 6 years, which is why we've seen just a continuous uptick in activity in Kentucky over that time frame. And eventually it's going to shift back toward Oklahoma and all that stuff. I don't think we're in Tornado Alley. I don't think it's really a Tornado Alley to begin with. I think there are different favorable spots each year, depending upon how the pattern forms. Again, guys, I'm not going to answer is a certain place going to be bad or good. Again, everyone's at a risk to see severe weather tonight. According to the SPCA, everyone's in at least a 2 out of 5 risk. Most folks are in a 3 out of 5 risk. All hazards are possible. But again, it's just a matter of how these storms evolve as they push to the east. Everyone should have a safe space ready. That's not even a question. Everyone. It doesn't mean you guys have to hunker down there, be there all night, and all that good stuff. It just means that it's genuinely always a good practice to have a safe space ready. Because, for example, Somerset to London last Friday night, a lot of folks admitted that they didn't know the storm was coming, that they were not paying attention to the weather news, that they were not ready for it. So again, it's always a good practice to be ready for that. And again, that's not to blame those people in Somerset, London. Natural disasters happen. But you always, 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 always prepare for the worst and hope for the best. As cliche as it sounds, there are still several millions of people in this world that simply don't do that. And then they wonder why things happen. And again, I know, for example, Somerset to London and even Morganfield, Kentucky, and even Russell Springs, Kentucky, you guys had such strong, significant tornadoes, it probably wouldn't have mattered what you've done. But again, there were a lot. I was really shocked. To hear how many people that, because they do all those news interviews, they do all those interviews after a big storm hits, and I was really shocked to see and hear how many people did not take Friday night's threat seriously in Somerset to London. And again, that's not to blame those people. That's, again, natural disasters happen. Especially for London side, I don't think there's much you could do. That is going to destroy your area no matter what you did. But there were a lot. I was shocked how many people said they were just watching TV or they were playing their game or they were in bed. And it wasn't like it was super late at night. It was like 9 o'clock, I think. I was shocked, and I was so heartbroken because we spent the last 3 days just clamoring for people. Please take the time to do these things. And again, 9 times out of 10, it is going to miss your area. But all it takes is that one time to hit you, and you'll never forget it for the rest of your life. Jessica, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that. Again, the purple warnings are your tornado warnings. Your yellow warnings are your severe thunderstorm warnings, which, by the way, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Hopkinsville to Pembroke, Lafayette, Oak Grove, whatever in the world that name is right there, Buffalo, Montgomery, Cadiz. Again, this is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds now. and a little bit of hail involved with that, but not severe level hail. But 70-mile-per-hour winds involved in the storm. Does look like a massive wall of winds in Katie's right now. 65, not really, there's a 70, 73, 74. What the world? What am I hearing? But again, we do have a straight line wind gust threat right now in Katie's of 70 mile per hour. Looks like a nice ball of winds there. All those bright blues you're seeing, those are 60 plus. And where you start to get these deeper blues, that's where your 70-mile-per-hour wind gust is. Okay, and right now it's in Canton, Kentucky, moving east just to the south of Katie's, and then eventually off right toward Hopkinsville. So again, obviously this is a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust threat. You probably want to remain inside, off the roadways if you can. If you do find yourself on a roadway, obviously do not pull under an overpass. Pull off the road and get to a safe spot. You have time now to prepare for it if you're in Hopkinsville or driving along I-24. So make sure that you get off at the nearest exit. I'm going to pull this tag up right there. What is the red on the map? Are you talking about the color red? That's just the rainfall rate. How long will you be doing live coverage? As long as I see it necessary. And that's just the God's honest truth. If we start to get to a point where these storms are basically doing just maybe one, maybe two severe warnings, then obviously we're probably going to hop off the broadcast, because I do like to save the broadcast for more of the when you basically when we're live, you probably need to watch. That's kind of how I measure the broadcast. If we start to just see a bunch of general thunder showers with a few thunderstorms, involved, we'll probably end the broadcast at that point. But we'll see how it's going. Northern Kentucky is north of the warm front right now, so don't expect a whole lot for you. Maybe a couple of thunder showers. I didn't see any rotation, Elizabeth, no. As someone who lives in London, another big issue we had was the storms that rolled in earlier in the morning. They knocked out internet coverage and a large chunk of the cell service before this hit. Yeah, I heard a lot about that too. And again, that's why we tell you folks, take the 20, 30 bucks. Go get a NOAA weather radio. Our cell service lines are not as good or as structured as a lot of people think they are. Way too many people rely on their smartphones. And as great as smartphones are, there's always a chance they go down. Just like electrical poles get knocked over, trees get knocked over, cell towers can get knocked over or damaged, or something could fall onto them. I did see that was a big issue as well, because there were a lot of people saying they did not get the warning and it didn't pop up on their phones. Well, they didn't have cell service. What does the yellow dot on Mount Washington mean? That is a local radar. That's all it is. By the way, the tornado watch for the rest of Eastern Kentucky has been canceled. It is now just Western Kentucky. And again, there is a shot that this watch gets expanded, but again, it all depends on what's happening on this northern side of the line. And right now, while it does look quite rowdy, it's not really severe. So I would say it's 50-50 on whether this gets expanded or not. Genuinely. And again, I know it's not the most great answer you guys want to hear. Y'all want to hear something for sure, certain, but again, there's the God's honest truth. It's about 50-50 right now. But on the other end, maintenance is ongoing on the NOAA weather radios right now. Yeah, which that doesn't happen very often. And whoever made the decision to do it in the middle of May probably needs some questioning, just to put it politely, because that's not. I don't know who thought of that. That was not the greatest thing I've ever heard of in my life. But once again, that's very rare. And that's why you always want to have, whenever we hear y'all hear us say have multiple ways to receive alerts and warnings. Again, it's not just for our sake of saying it. It's genuinely the truth. A weather radio can go down at any point. Your smartphone can go down at any point. Sirens can go down at any point. Our live streams can go down at any point. You always want to have multiple ways. Again, Caitlin, like I've mentioned a few times now, I think, again, it probably weakens after it gets past your area, probably toward the I-75 corridor. Sorry, just catch up on stuff on the phone. My wife texted me something. Again, I think the worst part for Bowling Green is probably in about an hour and a half or so. Yes, and the rain that you're probably getting in front of this line is probably going to help a little bit. Again, it all depends on how the storms get ingested into the main line. Again, this really is, guys, a wait and see type of approach here. It's a now cast type of approach for today. Cassie, I think it's not likely. Somerset, we expect the storms to weaken by the time it gets there a little bit, but still could produce a low end severe threat. Yeah, 7 to 9 is probably the or close to 7 to 9 Central Time for Bowling Green ish. Probably closer to 7. Owensboro posted saying 2 tornado warning storms are going to hit Owensboro around 5. Again, you kind of see for yourself here is Owensboro. There's not a severe warning cell even near that, let alone a tornado warning cell. So whoever posted that is probably someone that you don't need to follow any longer. Listen, guys. I'm just here to give you the God's honest truth. Jessica, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate you. We do have a new severe warning now for Central City, Greenville, Beachmont, Cleveton, Bremen, Dunmore. Um, zoom in down to White Plains, McNary, Earls, so on and so forth. All those locations out there in West Central Kentucky. Again, this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail with this part of the line as it heads into Central Kentucky or West Central Kentucky, I should say. Again, guys, everyone's pretty much going to get the same answer here, folks. So let's go ahead and recap this again here. Everyone in the state is pretty much a 3 out of 5 risk. Northern Kentucky pretty much at a 2 out of 5 risk. So that means everyone has the same threat pretty much. Mainly going to be damaging winds and isolated large hail. There is the potential for a couple of brief spin-up tornadoes. I don't think we're looking at anything super intense today in Kentucky, as you know the weather down into Tennessee has pretty much blocked us off from a lot of the better energies, if you will. But again, I think everyone's at pretty much the same risk today. Obviously, time frames might look a little bit different. Obviously, if you're in Central Kentucky and Western Kentucky, it's going to happen a little bit sooner for you rather than Eastern Kentucky. But again, I want to reiterate once more, this does not look like a Friday threat. So I don't want everyone freaking out, running to again, I don't think we're looking at EF4s, EF3s happening. Could we see a couple of stronger tornadoes? Sure. But even right now, we're not really seeing a whole lot. We're seeing marginal severe storms at best. So again, it all depends on how this tracks to the east. But the more that we keep going on here, that we don't see a whole lot of severe weather, the less those severe odds get. And we're starting to see storms pop up in front of the line now. That's going to help weaken the environment for the main line. So again, I don't think this is a record-breaking event here today, guys. I really, really, really don't. I think everyone just needs to take a breath and woo-saw. And all the information that you guys are looking for is already on our Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. You can go watch or read about what to expect for the night. But again, I really, we could get a couple of severe warnings that are quite considerable. We might still see some, higher and severe signals. But again, as far as widespread, taking down the whole state of Kentucky like Friday did, that's not what we're looking at, folks. All right, let's go look back in on the radar here. Wow, nice little wind burst there. Let's go ahead and measure that thing. 66, 65. Let's see, where's that at in that storm? On the backside there. Interesting. You have this nice wall of winds pushing in from Morton's Gap, Nortonville, pushing into Central City, Powderly, Greenville. Down here in Gracie, 60-mile-per-hour winds. The 70-mile-per-hour ones seem to have gone away. 64 was the highest I measured there. I don't see any rotation anywhere at the moment. Whoever was asking about that, I don't see any of that type of activity at the moment. As far as hell cores, there are a couple of smaller hell cores, but nothing really to write home about. So again, these are while these are severe, these are not on the upper echelon of severe storms. These are your marginal severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Purple boxes are tornado warnings. The yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. And even on this tornado warning here, I don't see a whole lot. I mean, there's quite literally no rotation on going there at all. Let's check on this other one in Tennessee. I'm gonna find a better radar for that. Maybe this one. There's a little bit of rotation right there, but it's outside of the warning box. Rhonda, I would, but that costs a lot of money. Yes. Again, these storms in Tennessee are going to eventually meet into Kentucky, but again, by the time they get here, they're going to be pretty worked over. So again, please don't look down into Tennessee and just get freaked out because you see all this. This is mainly going to be a Tennessee show. By the time a lot of these get to Kentucky, they're going to be pretty worked over. So again, please don't look down into Tennessee and start getting freaked out because this is not going to be the case for us. I don't think we're going to look at all of this being in Kentucky. I really, really don't. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that. Again, Linda, I'm not looking into Tennessee for expectations as to what's coming to Kentucky. Bowling Green, the answer is the same as the rest of the state. In a 3 out of 5 risk, all hazards are possible as this line approaches you. They have updated this tornado warning. This tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, by the way. So everyone looking at this purple box right here, you no longer need to look at it. It's going to be allowed to be expired. Thank you, Paige. I appreciate that. John, I haven't looked, my friend. Destiny, it's going to be close from Radcliffe. It's going to be really close. Are they slowing down? It seems like they haven't moved much. No, they're moving about the same speed. The reason it might look like it's slowing down is because there's some rain and thunderstorms on the front side that are popping up. Music, thank you very much for that report out of Madisonville. Thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that report. I do not see any rotation right now. For everyone's asking about Muhlenberg and everyone, I just took a scan over about 60 seconds ago. I didn't see any rotation on the radar. I got you, Chelsea. I'll always shoot you guys straight. I'll always shoot you guys straight. Right now, I'm not seeing any rotation anywhere. That can change, of course, but right now, I'm not seeing anything. Again, Somerset, Kentucky, we expect the storms to begin to die down by the time they get to your area. But again, they still may pose a severe threat. Central City, that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. Some small hail may also be involved. ETA in Glasgow, pretty much the I-65 line there, probably close to 7:30 to 8 p.m. ish. Eastern time, by the way. All right, I got to run to the bathroom real quickly. My first bathroom break. Hey, listen, I made it almost 2 hours. I made it almost 2 hours. I'm going to run to the bathroom real quickly. Don't go anywhere. Don't let anyone else go anywhere. I'll be right back. Don't worry. I know the camera's off. Don't freak out. I haven't disappeared. I'm still here. Just going potty. All right. No, I do not see any rotation. I don't know who keeps talking about. Is someone telling you all there's rotation in Muhlenberg County? Like, I mean, there might be the smallest, most basic level of rotation that you can find there, but it's not in a good spot in the storm. Is there someone telling you guys that? Because I've seen a lot of people asking about it. Who in the world's telling you guys that? Who is Landon Hampton? What is weather? What is WX? What is that? WX or not BG? What is that? Oh, well, the Hopkinsville storm. Some people take cover in the Hopkinsville storm, but that one is fine. That one is smart because that's 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there. So you obviously don't want to be having people outside in that. But Muhlenberg, I haven't seen any rotation there. I haven't like we've been looking. So the Hopkinsville one's fine. And again, anyone saying anything, I mean, you can never go wrong with telling people to take cover. But I just noticed there were several dozen people asking about Muhlenberg County out of nowhere, and I'm just like, what is going on here? I thought I was getting bamboozled. John, I have not checked yet, my friend. Oh wait, are you the? No, camera is on I-65 point, so I can turn it if you need me to. Okay, so Tommy said to try this RTS P link. Let me see something real quickly. The problem is I can't put multiple RTSP links in the same into the same source. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna try something. I know the screen is black. Don't freak out on me. I know. I'm just working on something real quickly. Don't worry. I know the screen's black. It's still not doing it for me. Okay, We're working on something. Um, Hang on, I'm working on something. I know you guys are still waiting. Be patient with me. Okay. I got it. How can I put multiple RTSP links into the... You can't... Unless I use VLC, and I don't want to use that because it crashes my stuff every time I do that. I mean, I could try it. Do I still have it installed? Sorry, Tommy's trying to get me a camera. Am I supposed to... Am I allowed to... He didn't say I couldn't announce it, so... Tommy's trying to get me a camera in Elizabethtown. So we're trying to work on that. And for some reason, I want to keep the Hodgeville camera too. But for some reason, it doesn't want to let me put multiple RTSP links into OBS. I do still have VLC, so I guess I could add... I could try it. I just hate doing it. I really just hate doing it. Hang on, guys. VLC video capture. Okay. We're going to add in a URL. Add in the Elizabethtown link. Okay. We're going to add in the Hodgeville link. The more cameras, the better. So that's what we're working on right now. Okay, I got E-Town there. There's E-Town. Now let's see if I flip it over and see if the Hodgeville one works. Oh my goodness, we did it. Thank you to Elizabethtown City, by the way, for allowing us to use the camera. Everyone applaud Elizabethtown City government for allowing us to do that. Okay, so now I need to copy this. Come into here. I need to put this here. Paste. Okay. Hang on. Everyone stay with me. Don't want to freak out. You guys get to see all of what happens here when we're building these scenes and stuff. Like right there-ish, right? Maybe a little smaller. Boom. Okay, we'll drag that down. Oh my goodness, it's beautiful. I'm not interested in traffic. It's for when the storms come through, obviously, guys. Duh. We already have it there. Perfect. Sweet. Sweet. So now we have that. He said that is located. The camera's on I-65 pointing south. I could turn it if you need me to. If you could turn it southwest, Tommy, if you're in here by chance. Southwest would be perfect when the storm line gets closer. Okay, sorry. So now we have that camera is for Elizabethtown, and then this camera is for Hodgeville. And our goal is to try and add more of these cameras. So that way, whenever storms are coming through everyone's areas, we can see exactly what they're looking like. So thank you to Elizabethtown City Government, and thank you to Cam from Telecast Communications for allowing us to have access to these cameras. And our goal is to build more of these. And we do have more on the horizon. We just can't talk about it right now. That's Southwest. That's perfect then. Heck yeah, that's got me excited. I know it says has cams up here, but just don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to that. That means nothing. Yet. Perfect. Don't freeze up on me. Thank you. We're going to look at the E-Town one first because the E-Town one's where it's going to come in first. Really cool, really cool. Thank you guys again. Okay, back to the radar here. Let's go ahead and check on our velocities. So just to teach people here, this is technically rotation, but this is long rotation. So right here, this indicates a downburst of winds occurring, which is exactly what's happening in Muhlenberg County, Christian County, Hopkins County, and Todd County. So again, a downburst of winds is happening there, and we have straight line winds happening between Oak Grove to Hopkinsville, approaching Pembroke, Fairview. Again, that's 70 mile per hour on the tag there, and it says 60 mile per hour up on the tag here, and Central City, Powderly, Greenville, Beachmont, so on and so forth. The northern part of the line is trying to get going. I bet you, is it struggling? Is the 850 millbar not there? We need to figure out why this is not. Well, to be quite honest, the 850 millibar is not down there either. Hmm. Hang on, guys. I'm investigating. Ah, there we go. This up here is really lacking the wind energy. Really, just to put it very simply, there's obviously more. I'm not going to go into all the nerdy stuff, but the northern part of the sign is really lacking the wind energy, whereas down here it's really got a better wind energy at the surface. Look at little Russellville storm. Let's look at that one. I want to keep an eye on this Russellville or Auburn more specifically. This Auburn storm. It's not really doing anything right now, but you do have a chaser that's getting in position. Jennifer McMahon from Hascams, who's in Woodburn, Kentucky. She's getting into position for the storm because this. I mean, it's from what I looked at back here. It's got a little bit of lower level shear to work with. It's obviously got cape to work with. It's in front of the negative energy. It's in a good spot. I will say this is the most promising part or most promising cell we've seen so far. So we're gonna keep an eye on that Auburn, Kentucky cell as well. I mean, we're keeping an eye on all of them, but this is the most promising one so far. It's getting wild in Auburn. Thank you for that alert there. I appreciate you. Thank you, Weeping Willow. I appreciate that. That's X94 and appears to be facing southwest. Shane, and thank you very much. That's a great camera. It's a good looking camera. Thank you, Tommy. Yeah, thank you, Tommy, again. Are these storms underperforming so far? No, not really. I think it's important to remember that we kept saying the damaging wind and hail risk would be the main risk today. Tornado risk would be lower, and this would not be on the same level as Friday. But this would still pose a respectable severe threat. And that's pretty much exactly what's going on so far. We have had a couple of 70 mile per hour wind warnings. We have already seen 3 or 4 tornado warnings. So it's pretty much going as expected so far. I also mentioned several times that the main area of interest would be the southern half of Kentucky, and that's exactly what's happening. And that the northern half of Kentucky it does have the potential to perform, but it's all a matter of if this northern part of the line is going to actually form. And it is trying to form, but it's lacking the better wind energy, which is to the southern part of Kentucky down to Tennessee, where you've seen all these warnings happening. So it's pretty much going as expected so far. I would say the only thing I would say that's maybe a little bit under what I expected. I did expect these storms to be a little bit more north. Okay. And the reason for that is because the warm front is a little bit further north than advertised. And that's also why you kept seeing the SPC nudge the enhanced risk, that level 3, that orange risk. And that's why it kept coming to the north, is because the warm front kept going more north and more north on each model run. And the warm front is actually further to the north. So the only thing that kind of is a little bit surprising to me is that the storms aren't performing on the northern side as much as I thought they would. They can change, of course, but that's the only thing that's probably a little bit maybe underperforming or maybe not as expected. Is the storms on the northern side are pretty much not performing, and you're also starting to see some evidence of just a lot of rainfall on the front side. So if I had to bet, the northern half of this line probably won't perform severe. It probably will produce some strong and rowdy thunderstorms and a great little bit of thunder showers. Um, but the southern side of the line, the southern half of Kentucky, is probably where you're going to see those storms actually perform best. Will it snow tonight? I hope so. Time frame for that area is probably 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. Whoever was asking about Somerset. Yes, I think these storms will die down a little bit by the time they get to Somerset. Again, I can't say that they're going to completely lose their severe risk, but they should be on the weakening trend. We do have a tornado warning now introduced for Trenton, Guthrie, and Oak Grove. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocities down here. I can't tell. It's just the as for those capable of producing a tornado was located near Clarksville, moving east at 50 mile per hour. So they're putting this warning out for this cell right here, just in case it makes a left turn. So it's for this purple arrow. So really, Oak Grove probably should not have been included in that warning. There's no way that completely goes north right there. It's really just Guthrie and Trenton. I'm going to switch to a different radar too. I feel like that radar is too close. Yeah, there is a little bit of a bulge right there. A little bit of a bow right there, I should probably say. Yeah, that does look like it probably requires a tornado warning. So now we do have a Guthrie and Trenton including that tornado warning. Technically does not include Oak Grove. So Oak Grove does not include you. Again, down here for the far Kentucky-Tennessee portion, that border right there. You have a little bit of a bow right there. And again, that's probably what we're looking for tonight. Look at this Auburn storm. It's still kind of getting its act together up here. Keep an eye on that one, too. Elizabeth, thank you very much for that. I appreciate you. What about Central City? Obviously, you have that severe warning there for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail for the next 30 minutes. What about Bowling Green? Again, kind of keep an eye on this cell to your south. Of course, the main line to your west there. As again, same answer for everyone else in the state. As everyone else in the state, I should say 3 out of 5 risk all hazards possible. The NWS in Jackson has determined the tornado that hit Somerset, London was an EF4. The maximum width was 1,700 yards. Can you give me a link to that? I want to see that. Just to make sure that's... Obviously, I trust you, but I need to make sure... I need to validate that. Okay, here it is. The May 16th tornado that impacted Pulaski and Laurel counties has received an official rating of EF4. Maximum winds 170 mile per hour. Path length was 55.6 miles long. Maximum width was about a mile long. Oh my goodness, or a mile wide. I mean, that sounds right. I'm glad they finally got to that conclusion there. Wow, just crazy to see it as an official thing, though. Here it is. The May 16th tornado that impacted Pulaski and Laurel counties has received an official rating of EF4. Maximum wind of 170 mile per hour. Path length was 55.6 miles long. Maximum width was a mile wide, which I don't know if you guys know, but that's pretty darn wide. And I believe, don't quote me on this. I'll have to go back and double check. But I believe the official, I believe this might be the strongest tornado since Mayfield in Kentucky. Mayfield, I believe, was, what was it, 190, 195? Dawson Springs? Something like that. That one was, we probably won't see that again for a while. I mean, that was ridiculous. But I believe, I'll have to go back and check. But I believe that's the most violent tornado in Kentucky since Mayfield and Dawson Springs and Benton and those areas. That's insane. All right, let's go ahead and check. Here's Tornado Watch is probably coming back out for Eastern Kentucky, by the way. I see that the National Weather Service has started that discussion there. I'll go ahead and refresh the radar. Oh my goodness, that was laggy. Let's go ahead and turn on the discussion here for you. In this red circle is a discussion to introduce a tornado watch for this area. The odds of that, let's go and check that. At 80%. 80% chance. So pretty certain that a tornado watch is going to come out. Or is it tornado watch? Or are they going to put? Yeah, probably if it's 120 to 150. From Lexington to Somerset to Monticello, Williamsburg, Pineville, so on and so forth. So you're likely going to see an extension of the tornado watch come out here very, very soon. Which does not surprise me. The risk for a tornado sign in Kentucky is 10%. Victoria, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close for E-Town. Amy, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate your kindness. Oh, my goodness. My body just feels so stiff. I think it's because I've been in this chair so long the last few days. Again, guys, I'm starting to see a lot of the backyard questions again. What about my city, this city, that city? Again, the answer is going to be the same for pretty much everyone. Pretty much everyone in the state's at a 3 out of 5 risk for severe weather tonight. The highest risk is damaging winds. The second highest risk, I believe, is tornadoes. The third highest risk is hail. So again, that's kind of how that's breaking down. And pretty much everyone's going to see the same answer there. So that's why I haven't really been answering too many backyard questions. Because pretty much everyone, as you can see from the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, pretty much everyone in the state is in that same risk. Obviously, the northern side of Kentucky, Owensboro, Hardinsburg, Brandenburg, Radcliffe, Taylorsville, even Frankfort, Cynthiana, Flemingsburg, and points to the north there. The question for you is, how does the northern part of that line evolve? As you can see right now, it's generally just thunder showers over Owensboro. And we'll see how that evolves as that pushes out to the east there. But the southern half of Kentucky, obviously, as you can see, there's more warnings down here. It's a bit more certain, hey, severe weather is likely going to happen. So that's kind of where we're at from right now. But as far as risks, pretty much everyone in the state's at pretty much the same risks. Although, again, in my opinion, the damaging wind risk is likely the leading candidate. Hey, thank you for the update there. I appreciate you. Joel Barstown's pretty much the same as the answer I just gave there. Pretty much the same risk as everyone else, but obviously going to be close as it's on the northern side there. Have to see how the northern part of that line acts as it pushes to the east there. Let's go check back in on our velocities here. A little bit of rotation there, Beaver Dam. And that Auburn cell that we've been talking about is now severe thunderstorm warned. Let's go ahead and look over here once again, where we are seeing some rotation pop up. I'm surprised there's not a tornado possible tag on this. And there is a storm chaser getting close to that storm, so we may be able to see what it looks like here very soon. We do have that tornado warning down here for Trenton and Guthrie, Kentucky, where it does appear some rotation is still ongoing down there. Yeah, I'm really surprised there's not a possible tag on that, at the least. That probably, that's really close to being tornado warned. So again, we do have severe warnings for Hartford, Beaver Dam, Central City, Morgantown, Greenville, Hopkinsville, Pembroke, Oak Grove, Elkton, Bowling Green, Auburn, Plano, Smiths Grove. Again, most of those for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. Again, there is some rotation showing up near Woodburn, Kentucky, and obviously the rotation showing up down here for just south of Trenton, just south of Hammocksville. And again, as far as forecasting information as to what to expect throughout the night, of course, all that information is on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I ask that you go look at those. It will answer your question a lot faster than I can, as we are covering several warnings right now. But again, we have spent the last 2 or 3 days preparing you on what to expect for tonight. Hopefully, you already know. And again, I'm really surprised this is not... look at that. You guys are seeing this too here. Really surprised it does not have a tornado possible tag on it. It's not like rotating enough to where it's like, oh my goodness. But it's definitely very, very close. Thank you, David. As David mentioned, this is now tornado warned observed. By the way, this is an observed tornado for down here for Guthrie to Trenton. And again, it's probably right there around where that little bow is. kind of hard to see. Let's turn up the tilt a little bit. There we go. Now we can see it pretty clearly. Where that little little bright part is, just below the Kentucky border there. We're really zoomed in now. And again, if this is to continue on, this will likely head toward Anderson, Pincham, Haydensville, Allensville down there in far southern Kentucky, right next to the Tennessee border. Looks like this line is starting to come alive now. Did the 850 millibar finally catch up? It's close. It probably did. It probably did finally catch it. Oops, wrong tab there. This line is starting to wake up now. Again, forecasting information is on our pages, folks, both in post form and in video form. No, there's no tornado in Beaver Dam. I saw someone asking about that, but no. There's that tornado warning for Clarksville that I mentioned might come out soon. There's a little bit of a nub there as well. So this is kind of what we're looking for tonight. Is all these little nubs that you're seeing in this line. And of course, you have a prefrontal supercell that might get a little bit more mature for Bowling Green here. Again, still pretty shocked to not see that have at least a tag on it. That's really close, especially if it ingests this cell down in Franklin. If it ingests that cell down in Franklin, I expect to see a tornado warning come out immediately. It's really, really close down there. So we're going to focus on these areas a little bit harder. Yes, this warning down here for Trenton, Pincham, and Guthrie. This is an observed tornado, so this has been confirmed. Amy, thank you for your 200 stars. Colin, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Galen, again, just stay tuned. We'll let you know, my friend. Okay, thank you. Thank you, baby. Can you send me? Can you throw me a water bottle back here too when you get a chance? I know you're busy out there with Samuel, but how's that? What position is that pointed, Tommy? Why is that text still up there? Take that off. For my E-Town people, what position is this focused? This camera here? Honestly, Southwest would be perfect. Whatever Southwest is, Tommy, if you're still in here, would be perfect. Whatever Southwest would be perfect there. Okay, tornado warning here is now back to radar indicated. It is no longer observed. The one to the south is, but this is no longer observed here in Trenton and Guthrie. This is back to radar indicated. Does also look like the rotation might have backed off a little bit as well. Can you do Kentucky? That's quite literally all we focus on, my friend. Yeah, I'm really surprised there's not a possible attack on that. Maybe they're seeing something I'm not, which is entirely possible. Oh, just like 15 seconds. Thank you.
Hey, don't be doing that to my kid.
Oh, you
can't
You say hi. You say hi, everybody. Puppy and a wee, we're a puppy and a wee.
Look up here.
We got three warnings out, so they go. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Yeah, I'll see you later. I know. I'll see you later, okay? Love you guys. Okay, okay. Back to work. Yes, he does, Lisa. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm seeing that rotation on Bowling Green as well, or Woodburn more specifically. Also, I believe my headset died again. So one sec. Yeah, he's been missing me. We haven't seen each other a whole lot the last few days, obviously. Okay. Let's do this. 1 second. I'm fixing the audio. Okay. 1 second. I'm getting. Okay. Got that under control now. All right. We got 3 tornado warnings here. So again, just to kind of recap where we are, for those of you that may just be tuning in here, it is not tornado warned, but I'm still seeing some rotation showing up near Woodburn, Kentucky, Plano, Kentucky, heading up toward Bowling Green and Smiths Grove, obviously, but it's not tornado warned at the moment. We'll be able to see there's a storm chaser going in. Jennifer McMahon from Hascams. We'll be able to see exactly. There's a little bit of an inflow right there already. I can already see that. Put my headset back on.
Severe thunderstorm.
We'll come see this one offline. So would you look at that? So, by the way, we do still have this tornado warning over here for Trenton and Guthrie. Let's go ahead and check and see what we're seeing there. Not a whole lot at this point on that tornado warning there, but again, we'll keep an eye on that for you guys in Guthrie and Trenton, Kentucky. As well as Elkton, you still have that 60-mile-per-hour gust warning up there toward Clifty, Sharon Grove, so on and so forth. Lewisburg, Russellville, Auburn, and Adairville now in a 60-mile-per-hour gust severe warning, as well as a tornado possible tag. Up here for Beaver Dam, Hartford, Rosine, Morgantown, and Rockport, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat on that severe warning there. And then, no, Franklin's not included in one. Okay. Lights on the right. How about you had up? Oh, I see them. I just don't know. I just don't have time to really focus on too much. Yeah, again, I really think obviously for the tornado warning you need to be in your safe spot. But I also think for Plano, Woodburn, Bowling Green, you need to be in your safe spot as well. Because again, I know this is not tornado warned, but there's definitely still at least a peak winds like a downburst of winds going on. But there may also be some rotation in this, and that's 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts now. So at the least, I expect this tornado or the severe thunderstorm warning to probably be upgraded here soon. And again, Jennifer is in Alvaton, Kentucky, approaching this severe cell. We'll be able to see firsthand what it's actually doing. Yes, Isaiah, this is the main show here, if you will. Yes, Rhonda, we'll get to that one in just 1 second. Oh, turn that camera to the left a little bit. Turn that camera to the left a little bit. Let me see it. Okay, so she's pulling off right here. She must see something. She's pulling off right here. Yes, thank you. Okay, this is that cell that's approaching Bowling Green. We're going to stick on this one for just a moment because this is the most tornado-looking like storm, if you will. Even though, yes, there is a...
Tornado warning.
What the heck was that? Was that her camera? Oh, that was her. I know we did...
Tornado warning for southwestern Lafayette County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Allabushie.
Get out of here with the Mississippi stuff. But anyway, we do have that tornado warning for Guthrie and Trenton. But again, I think this one has the most rotation looking on it. Again, I have checked everywhere. Don't worry, folks. I have checked everywhere in Kentucky. This cell that we're watching Jennifer approach in Bowling Green, technically Alvaton, Kentucky, to me has the most rotation out of any of these storms right now. Again, we will be looking other places, but this one is very, very close. I wish you could zoom out a little bit. I'm trying to see if there's an infotel on this. Again, this is Jennifer McMahon of Hascams. Weeping Willow, I will, in a few moments. Right now, we're focused on the tornado warnings or the severe cell down in Bowling Green. Again, right now we have a live shot from Jennifer McMahon in Alvinton, Kentucky, looking at that supercell that's approaching Bowling Green, Kentucky right now. And you can see all kinds of scud on the bottom of it. Again, a lot of this is pretty harmless. I wonder where exactly she's at. So she's right there in Alvinton. She's probably, I'm trying to see where that rotation was. Doesn't really look like it's rotating as much anymore. It looks more like a burst of winds at the moment. Again, we'll come back to that in just one moment. But that is right now, that burst of winds, if it's occurring just south of Bowling Green, probably closer to Bowling Green Airport, Lost River, Plano, so on and so forth. Can you still have that tornado warning back out here for Guthrie, heading into Allensville? Just turn our velocities back on there and take a look at this. Again, thank you guys for all the shares on the broadcast. You guys are helping us save lives by sharing the broadcast, your newsfeed, and letting everyone else see it as well. Thank you guys again for your help with that. Again, up here to our Beaver Dam, Hartford, Rossine. Again, not seeing any rotation up there. Does look like your casual 60-mile-per-hour severe threat right there. Russellville, Dareville, Auburn, Lewisburg. Not seeing any rotation at the moment, but again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust the main threat there. A little bit of rotation on the cell just south of the Kentucky-Tennessee border, Cedar Hill and Adams, Tennessee. Not a whole lot there to write home about. Again, still to me, the most rotation that I'm seeing is on this cell that does not have a tornado possible tag on it or a tornado warning, but it does now have that 70-mile-per-hour tag that we were talking about. So again, let's go ahead and measure the winds here. Again, we're measuring 78 mile per hour, 82 mile per hour, 80 mile per hour, just the west of I-65 there. Just to the southwest of Three Springs, Kentucky. Again, this is a damaging thunderstorm right now in that area. Once again, Three Springs, Greenwood, Eastland Park, Lost River, Memphis Junction, Plano, Ridge Pond. This is a destructive thunderstorm at this point in that area. And we do have a live look here from Jennifer McMahon of Hascams, who's looking right at that storm. And there is some action starting to occur down here.
Located near I'm
going to mute her because she just has warnings going off everywhere. Again, right now, we're not focused on forecasting information. We do have a serious destructive threat right now, so we're going to focus right in on this cell down near Bowling Green, Kentucky, more specifically in Alvinton. Once again, we are focused on this cell at the moment. We will come back to everything else here in just a moment. Again, guys, again, you know we look around everywhere. If there was something dangerous, we'd be telling you folks about it. So again, if you don't hear your name being called or your city name being called right now, that's a good sign. Just stick here with us, hang out. Yeah, you got a little bit of something right there. Looks like she's trying to reposition. I'll come back to Jennifer in just 1 second. Again, we do have a severe warning in Hartford, Beaver Dam, Rossine, Caneyville, or not Caneyville, Morgantown. But if this continues on, we'll head up toward Caneyville, Litchfield, and the western portions of Hardin County. If it continues on, we'll keep an eye on that. Down here for Elkton, the Guthrie, Whippoorwill, Russellville, Lickskillet, Olmsted, all these fun names down here in southwestern portion of the state. Still looking at a solid 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat here and these locations. Even in that tornado warning box, I'm not seeing a whole lot of rotation ongoing. And they are going to allow it to expire. So just pretend that tornado warning box is not there. So again, looking like a lot of straight line winds down here in the southwestern portion of the state right now. Again, the most promising cell right now is unfortunately located in Warren County, Kentucky, just south of Bowling Green, more specifically Three Springs. Let me send a text to Mike real quick to make sure he's doing okay. Okay. Mike lives down there in Three Springs, so I just want to make sure he's doing okay down there. Again, we're still measuring anywhere between 70 to maybe 75 mile per hour wind gust. Again, just to the south of Bowling Green there. And again, this is the most promising looking cell right now, so that's why we're kind of focused on it. Very large hell core starting to develop there as well. Likely a little bigger than quarter-sized hail at this point, probably approaching maybe ping-pong ball-sized hail. Again, that's a very, at least a considerable thunderstorm, if not a destructive severe thunderstorm down there just to the south of Bowling Green. Bowling Green barely misses this one. And again, if that continues on, it will be near Smiths Grove, Cave City, Park City, Horse Cave, Glasgow. If it continues on, we'll continue to watch that for you guys. We do have some more cells starting to pop up on the eastern side. Again, hopefully going to work to create a more tamed environment, because if this continues on like this, we have quite the long night ahead, folks. So hopefully that continues to create a more tamed environment. Let's go back to Jennifer, who has eyeballs on the most serious cell in Kentucky right now. To be clear, we have not given anyone an all clear yet. Okay, that stream keeps lagging a little bit. I'm seeing some mentions of an extension of the watch. Let's go and take a check on that. And yes, we do have an extension of the Trader Watch now. It does include Hardin County and Breckenridge County, as well as Grayson County, Taylor County, so on and so forth. I said it was 50-50, but now we're seeing the northern portion of that line get to go in just a little bit. And here we go. Now we have an extension of this watch here. Let me go ahead and get this posted out to our social medias real quickly, if you guys don't mind. Again, I want to keep folks, even if they're in here or not, safe and informed. So we're going to get this pushed out real quickly. Just 1 second. Okay. Again, tornado warning or tornado watch has been expanded. I'll pull that back up again in just one moment. Again, I'm just getting this pushed out to our social medias so that way everyone stays informed. Okay. That is now out on our social medias. Oh, I still have it up. Perfect. Thank you for your $10 super chat on YouTube. Don't know how to pronounce that name, but thank you very much. Monica, I would say it was possible. There was some brief rotation, but it was on the very far southern side of Christian County. Okay. Let's go ahead and turn the watch box back off now. Again, if you're just not tuning in here with us, I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. We did put a significant alert day out on this 3 days ago. It does look like it's starting to come to fruition now as the storms are beginning to wake up, especially in south central, southwestern Kentucky, where we're starting to see some destructive thunderstorms take place, most notably down here just south of Bowling Green toward Plano, Kentucky, where we still have the 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as quarter-sized hail threat there. I still believe a tornado may be possible in here. Again, not ruling it out, even though I know it's not warned for it. Still not ruling it out there. The tornado warning box that you see here in purple is going to be allowed to expire, so don't pay attention to that. But Russellville, Dareville, Auburn, Lewisburg, Elkton, Guthrie, all under 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat there. And again, for Beaver Dam, Hartford, Rossine, again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust threat on that yellow box there. If these lines continue on, of course, Litchfield, Caneyville, Big Clifty would be up next, as well as Hardinsburg, Fordsville, Whitesville. Does look like the northern portion of this line is starting to wake up. It took a little bit. Maybe it took some Benadryl earlier on this afternoon and forgot that it's supposed to storm today. But it does look like the northern portion of the line is beginning to wake up a little bit there. So we're starting to get some feedback on that. And again, that will continue to push east into central portions of the state there. Down here for Bowling Green, again, Bowling Green to Plano, that's still the strongest cell of the day right now. Let's go ahead and check back in on Jennifer, who has a live look at that storm cell. Again, sorry if the stream is kind of laggy for her. She's, of course, in the middle of a supercell. It's not going to be beautiful and perfect. By the way, the stream is lagging a little bit on Facebook. Of course, we are live on YouTube as well. I'm not really sure what's going on with the Facebook side. But again, we are on YouTube as well, Weather Now Kentucky. And I will share the link to our chat. Roll scene, roll sign. Either way, the information is getting out. Thank you very much. That is shared out to the feed there. Okay. By the way, Cherie is updating our Twitter. Thank you to Cherie. I appreciate you. At least I thought she was. I thought I saw her doing that. Whoops. Maybe not. But either way, we're live, so it's okay. I thought I saw her name on there for something. Maybe it was an old tweet. Again, we do not put forecasts for specific cities on tornadoes. Like someone asked, do you think whether it be a tornado in Bowling Green? All I can tell you is that there is a 10% risk today, and obviously you have a supercell there capable of producing destructive weather right now. Again, time frames, all those forecasting informations, that's on our pages for you guys to look at. Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. I ask that you go look at those. I promise you it will answer your question faster than I can. Right now we have so many severe cells, we have to cover these. Let's go ahead and measure these wind gusts down here in Warren County. Again, we're starting at 74, 75, 80 mile per hour. Again, that's heading out of Three Springs, heading toward Polkville, Three Forks, Pondsville, Smiths Grove, just south of Bowling Green Metro. So Bowling Green Metro luckily gets to miss this one a little bit. Still some broad rotation there, but now this is a little bit more spaced out, indicating probably a downburst of winds occurring. I don't see any rotation anywhere else. Maybe a little bit up here in Fordsville, but that's probably more of a hell core. Let's go take a look at that. Yeah, there's a little bit up there. Not a lot. Let's take a look and see if there's any hell involved. There's a little bit of hell there. Keep an eye on this little nugget right here that's curving in, if you will. We have to keep an eye on that. That might produce something in the future. We'll keep an eye on that as well. Just a little bit of an early heads up there. But overall, the line is waking up a little bit. It's still not anything too crazy. Again, main risk right now in being damaging winds. There are some brief pockets of rotation, most notably down there in Warren County, maybe a little bit up there just to the north of Beaver Dam. But overall, still producing damaging wind risk as the main risk. And that's been the forecast pretty much the entire duration. Thank you, Gabe, for your feedback. Please enjoy your 24-hour ban. Have fun. Again, these storms moving at about a speed of 45 mile per hour. That's my check. Let's go ahead and take a little quick peek here, do a little cheat. Right now, moving at about 40 mile per hour to the northeast. Is Franklin expected to get hit? Yeah, I mean, there's several warnings around there. I'll probably expect it for that to get hit as well. Again, just knowing where you're at on the map is going to help a lot tonight, folks. Helps every night during severe warning threats. We do have a new severe warning for Litchfield, Katyville, Big Clifty. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, the main threat there. And again, right now, we're not answering any forecasting information on specific zip codes, front yards, backyards, dog houses, because again, right now we have several warnings that are taking place throughout Kentucky, so we're going to put some focus on those, keep some lives safe out there tonight. And again, all that forecasting information, if you do not know what to expect for tonight, is already on our Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube in both video and in post form for you to look at whenever you would like. All right. So again, thank you guys very much for all of your shares and everything to help us spread this information out and keep folks safe. Thank you guys. I appreciate you. Just looking for any other rotation spots. Don't really see any right now. Nice little spike there. There's probably some hellcore growing over here. Yep, that is a hellcore growing in Plano. Wouldn't be surprised to see this get upgraded to maybe a ping pong ball sized hell between Plano, Polkville, Three Forks, Pondsville, Smiths Grove. Let's see what Jennifer is seeing from Hascams on the supercell here. Definitely looks like there's either some extremely heavy raindrops or some hail falling in Alvaton, Kentucky, where she's positioned. Patrick, thank you for your 20 stars. I appreciate that. These storms are moving east-northeast. Yeah, Three Springs area is clear from this supercell at the moment. Heather, thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate that. Again, the reason we're... Ooh, Star Party Challenge started. The reason that we're focused a little bit more on this Bowling Green cell, if you call it for lack of better terms, is because that is the most promising cell at the moment. But again, just a reminder, we do have severe weather. All these yellow boxes are your severe thunderstorm warnings. Right now, there are no tornado warnings in Kentucky. But again, go to the StormNet AI here. You'll see that the tornado threat is mainly in the southern portion of the state. Whereas your severe wind threat pretty much goes across the entire line there. See how that's really lit up? That's an 80% chance of severe winds pretty much across the entire line right now. So this, again, even the AI is telling you which AI is, in and out. But even the AI is telling you that the main threat is damaging winds. The best tornado risk right now is in Tennessee, maybe around the Tennessee-Kentucky border, but more so into Tennessee. Again, as you can see here, while those blues and yellows are lit up in Tennessee, maybe a little bit into the southern portion of Kentucky where we're seeing that Bowling Green cell. But again, that's pretty much it. The main threat is damaging winds right now. And again, we do have pretty saturated soils out there. We do have people that are already vulnerable from the Friday storm. So even having straight line winds is not really what you want to see right now. Heather, thank you for your 200 stars. Sharice, thank you for your 1,000 stars. I appreciate that so much. Star Party's already 50% done now. Thank you. Sharice, that was very kind of you. Thank you. Let's see here. Payne, thank you very much for your kind words. I appreciate that. Just now starting to thunder in Radcliffe. Yeah, you're probably hearing some of these cells out here toward Litchfield. It's just pretty crazy because it's a solid 40 miles away, but 50 miles away, if you will. Again, just to remind everyone, folks, there is a 3 out of 5 risk from the SPC for pretty much everywhere in Kentucky. Along I-64, it points north up there in that yellow zone. That's a 2 out of 5 risk. So the answer to everyone's questions about backyards, front yards are generally going to be the same because it's pretty much the same risk for everyone. Damaging winds is the number one risk tonight with this line of storms. This line of storms is pretty much the main show, by the way. We may see some storms on the backside of these, as you kind of see back out here toward Hopkinsville, maybe Paducah. But those should not be severe. I'm not going to say it all clear yet, but they should not be severe just because, again, this line of storms is so incredibly strong right now and so wide that it's really tanking down the environment for everyone. So, again, any storms that we see pop up behind this should not be severe. All right? Again, I'm not going to completely rule it out, but should not. Okay, so this is your main show here, and with the main show, the main risk for everyone in the state of Kentucky, everyone, so this answer applies to everybody, is damaging winds. 60 to 75 mile per hour possible, maybe even some instances of up to 80 mile per hour. Number 2 risk is going to be tornadoes. That's a 10% risk. Again, not anything super incredible to write home about, and to me, the better tornado risk is down in southern Kentucky toward the Tennessee border. Okay, and then your number 3 risk is going to be hail, and in some instances, the hail could be up to ping pong, maybe up to golf ball sized. Okay, so comparing this to Friday, the risks are not as high, and the risk is not as widespread. So comparing this to Friday, this is not a Friday type of event. Not everyone's going to see a destructive thunderstorm tonight. But again, the risk is there just to respect and appreciate. Again, the risk is there for 60 to 75 mile per hour wind gust. Mainly small hail. Could see some instances of large hail. And we could see a couple of tornadoes. Should be on the weaker side if we do see those. But it can't roll out a strong one. And if that does happen, we'll be in the southern half of Kentucky. So hopefully that helps to answer a lot of the questions about what's to come. As for timeframes, obviously this line is in central Kentucky right now. Or approaching central Kentucky, I should say. So just, it's about an hour for every 60 miles or so. So again, if you're in E-Town, got about 45 minutes to an hour. If you're in Nicholasville, Lexington, you probably got a couple of hours, maybe 2.5. Somerset, maybe about 2 hours. Campbellsville, it's obviously almost there. So on and so forth. So timing is anywhere. Peak windows is basically now until about 10 p.m. Eastern time. About 10 p.m. Eastern time is when we expect these storms to die down quite a bit. And we expect that to die down, if you can kind of see here, this line from Cincinnati down toward Williamsburg, that gray line that you're seeing there, that's basically about where we expect these storms to die down at. So, again, not really expecting a historic event here, but still could be a respectable threat for many folks in the state. So hopefully that helps to answer some questions here, because I can't answer every single backyard question, but hopefully that gave you some good information. Oh my God, you guys went crazy with the stars. Patrick, thank you for your 500 stars, man. I appreciate you. Michael with the 99 stars. Christina with the 530. Heather with the 500 as well. Some big stars coming through. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate you. Thank you guys again for all of your kindness. You guys know that we spread all of the donations out with our team, so thank you guys very much. Down a little right. Are you dropping any frames or anything? Facebook is having a hard time with your stream right now. Cam, if you're still in here, by the way, I'm not dropping any frames. But I do notice that on the Facebook server, I am having some little spikes, if you will. But on the YouTube one, it's completely smooth. It's completely smooth. So again, to anyone that may be lagging on Facebook at all, please go to the YouTube stream. It's running perfectly fine. For most folks on the Facebook stream, it should be fine as well. But again, came if you're still in here, I'm not getting any drop frames. No negative remarks on the analysis report from the OBS either. But for some reason, Facebook on the last couple of streams has been running, very hit and miss, whereas YouTube has just been just fine. So I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I really need to get my computer like optimized at this point. It's been a while since I've done that. It needs to be cleaned. It's been a while since I've done that. But luckily, we're almost to the off season here, and I usually do all that in the off season. Lots of rainfall starting to show up now. This could help to deter these storms from getting very, very severe. They're still going to produce severe weather, of course, but lots of rainfall starting to show up on the front side of these storms now. That's going to help maybe take things down a notch or two. Hey, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Daniel, thank you for that report out of Bowling Green. Barbara, thank you for that report out of Cecilia. Amanda, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate that. Lots of star donations. Thank you guys again. I appreciate you all. All right. Again, seeing a lot of questions from our friends in the Louisville area, so I just want to kind of show you once again. This is about the boundary right now. So again, well, that's terrible because you guys can barely see it. Hang on. Let me go and refresh our browser too. It's kind of lagging a little bit. My computer probably just needs a little facelift to this point. Okay, this is about the boundary right now. So just kind of put that in perspective once again. Again, anything north of that pink line, it's going to be a little bit more hit and miss because if you see this right here, it's pretty much all there is. All right, so just a very simple answer for you. It all depends on what this is going to do. So for those of you in Louisville, you're looking pretty much at this storm right here in Hardinsburg, maybe. On the southern side of Louisville, northern side of Louisville toward downtown, you're looking at this storm toward Leopold, Tell City, Indiana. And again, anyone to the north of that pink line, it's going to be a real hit and miss. If you're north of this pink line, you're probably not going to see anything. Which hopefully no one's complaining about because it's already been a long enough weekend. Oh my goodness, there's so many stars. Also, my allergies are starting to really wake up. Amanda, thank you for 99 stars. Cassidy with the 660 stars. Jordan, thank you for your 50. And Debbie, thank you for your 99 stars. Pikeville, Kentucky is so far east. I think you're probably going to be good tonight. You're still going to see some rowdy thunderstorms, but again, far eastern Kentucky and far northern Kentucky is not really an area of concern for me. I have no idea how to say that name. Thank you for your 100 stars. Again, I just went over time frames, so you can go back in the video and look at that. Again, you can scroll back in the video. Of course, time frames are also on our page as well. Okay. Also, now my Google Chrome is like really starting to... Let me check my task manager real quick. Hopefully I don't leak myself from anything. Because now my Google Chrome is starting to act a little weird. Hang on, I'm just checking stuff. 218 processes? Oh my goodness. I mean, the CPU is still fine at 30%, but that's a lot of processes. Everything looks good there. Yeah, everything's fine. I don't know what's going on my computer today. Maybe I just need to, like... Okay, I'm going to restart Google Chrome because this is bad. I mean, that was bad. It is, like, lagging. Is it just weather-wise? Sorry for anything that pops up on Twitter, by the way. Twitter's a wild, wild west, okay? The Twitter's loading pretty fast, so I think it's just the weather-wise radar at the moment, which is fine. But probably a lot of people on it. What the heck? Using a lot of RAM. Yeah, I gave a couple of my sticks of RAM to my buddy to help his computer out, but I think I'm going to have to buy me some more. And I'm going to upgrade my SSD card here soon as well. There's some upgrades coming later this month, but I just haven't. We literally have not had a moment to do it. Every time I've gone to like put my computer in the shop and have somebody do it, there has been a storm threat. Okay, so right now we have only one severe warning in the state. That's for that supercell out here in Smith's Grove. I'm telling you, there's a lot of rain starting to show up with this. I would not be surprised if we don't see a whole lot more severe warnings. Again, there's going to be a few more for sure, but we're starting to get a lot of rainfall, which again, as you guys know, as I've taught you guys several times, usually indicates an environment starting to become a little bit more stable. I'm still seeing a lot of lightning with this though, so we'll stay on live here with you. Yeah, so Reese, I see that one lightning strike. It's probably what you heard right there. Yeah, weatherwise has a plus version. That's what we're using. Go to your test manager processor. Right click on the graph and click logical processor. What? Okay, Cam is about to blow my mind real quick. I already know it. Okay, he said to go here. Processor. Talking about like performance and then processor, Cam? Or are you talking about processes? Cam's trying to help me. Test manager processor. I'm waiting for a message to come through. Oh, wait. I'm looking for logical processors. Whatever in the world that means. Oh, wait. Is this what you're wanting to see, Cam? These storms are neither weakening or... Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm going to take this off for just a second. Okay, no severe warnings in the state right now, so this is the perfect time to do this. Look at my... I think I need a new Ethernet cord, too. I've never seen my Ethernet spike like that. And I'm not going to lie, I do have some kinks in the Ethernet cord. I probably need to fix that. Confirmed tornado in Clarksville, Tennessee. Probably earlier. Definitely not now. What is that? Is that bad? It's sending 16.2, but only receiving 3.8. I feel like so for some reason, I have no idea about this stuff, but I feel like that's not good. Probably ISP issue. I have BBTEL fiber. Which has been pretty great for us. I'm not going to lie, it's been pretty great for us. But I have been trying to get our own ISP because we do a lot of stuff, and I can never have internet mess up. Like that's literally our business. So I've been thinking about trying to get it, but it's so expensive. Spike or normal? Okay. Look at all these IT people in here. Why did they drop the severe warning for Grayson County? Because quite honestly, there's a lot of rainfall there, and the wind speeds are going down. Right now, there are no warnings in Kentucky, and I'm telling you guys, if this rainfall keeps up, we might be looking at a semi-bust here, which, again, I am not complaining about. Be careful what PC data you're sharing. Oh, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Good thing is I don't think there's anything here that anybody can like hack me off of. No, there's no rotation right now. We have been checking. There is no rotation anywhere. There is a nice wind burst in Smith's Grove, which I'm kind of surprised there's not a warning there for, low-key. Dude, when I'm dragging this, it's never lagged this much before. Let me refresh it. There's no way there's not a warning there, right? Okay, there probably should be a warning on this one in Smith's Grove to Glasgow to Park City, Cave City. Again, it looks like there's a nice wind burst there. I'm showing my... Oh. Yeah. hopefully people are not mean enough in here to do that. I'm gonna check and just make sure there's no warnings out right now. Oh no, I don't run wireless. I run Ethernet. I don't even have a wireless adapter on my computer. Update on BG again, just a casual thunderstorm right now. No severe warnings in the state for anybody at the moment. Yeah, Megan, it's the only part I'm a little bit surprised we don't have a severe warning for Smiths Grove to Park City to Cave City to Glasgow. Again, there are some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there, so I'm a little bit surprised there's not one there. Oh, he texted me. Okay. Yeah, if you want, Cam, you can dial into my PC afterward if that's something that you do. And of course, I'll pay you for your time. Lynette, thank you for your $25 donation. I appreciate that. Okay, Chris, I got you, my friend. There's so many people right now willing to work on my PC. Thank you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I also game on this PC. Like I play video games on the PC. Like hello, I do some video gaming. So I may have messed up some settings somewhere. Okay, thank you. I didn't think that was like my actual. Okay, cool. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Something is like really eating up that core there. I'm pretty sure I have. Let me check. Unless it reset, because for some reason my OBS has been resetting last few times. Um, yeah, isn't it the GPU video encoder? So it really shouldn't be using. You know what? I have. You know, can't will help with this later on, but I have an idea as to what might be doing this because I've seen some reports about this. I'm gonna close out Google Chrome. Um, again, guys, right now there are no severe warnings in the state. You are not being forgotten, looked over, whatever. There are no severe warnings in the state. We're trying to make sure, trying to figure something out. Ooh, I don't know if I want to close out all these though because, yeah, let's just do this one. I have a feeling. Let's close out weather-wise and see what happens. Absolutely nothing changed. Is there something else on my computer that might be open? Apparently I need to do a GPU update, but I really don't think that's going to be causing it. Yeah, I know Chrome was an internet hog, but I am so lazy that I don't feel like setting something else up. No, I didn't change anything, so I'm convinced now that it's really not Chrome. Yeah, I mean, even right, like I've never had this much lag on my Chrome before. Again, guys, there are no severe warnings in the state right now. These are all just strong thunderstorms, no matter how loud they might sound. Yeah. Opera's the easy switch. Yeah, it is, but I don't feel like it's the Chrome that's doing it. I really don't. Um, do you think this will be the last of the bad storms for the year? Probably not, but this does mark the the end of May usually does mark the end of like tornado season, if you will, in Kentucky, but you can still get severe weather after that. Beth, thank you for your 100 stars. Lisa, thank you for your 200 stars. Lisa with another 99 stars. Thank you guys very much. There's been a trader watching BG for a while. Reset router. I did that last night. I didn't reset it, but I power cycled it. And the internet, I will say the internet's never been a problem for us, really. I do packet loss tests, speed tests all the time. Because like I said, I game a lot. And then, of course, if I'm not gaming, I'm recording a video and then uploading a video. If I'm not doing that, I'm using weather software. So I'm always checking our internet. And our internet's usually very fine. Like, we usually never have a problem with it. I do want to eventually get on our own ISP, though. Because, like I said, again, I do demand a lot. And, like, again, our entire business is on the internet. We cannot have the internet go out at our place. It cannot happen. And we've had some instances where it's occurred. Not as much with BBTEL. When we had Spectrum, I mean, my God, I have never, I've never experienced anything as bad as Spectrum in my life. Never. When we switched to BBTEL, a lot of those issues went away. BBTEL's only gone out on us like once, and that really wasn't their fault. They literally had a tornado hit the main area, so it really wasn't their fault there. Will you ever do a gaming channel? I do have a gaming channel, but I don't like sharing it with the weather folks because I am a completely different person. I mainly play Rainbow Six and Fortnite, if you believe it or not. And some Call of Duty when it's not irritating me. Are these storms underperforming? I would say at the moment a little bit, but again, that's mainly because the rain that's involved with it. I do want to stay here with you guys and just watch and make sure that this doesn't do something, go back the other way. But I would say it's downtrending. The only thing we have to look at now is the leading edge out here in Glasgow, Campbellsville, where I'm actually seeing a little bit of a hook right there. Not a whole lot, but there's definitely a little bit of a hook right there. I want to take a look and just see what's going on with that storm there. It's still not severe warned. Nah, there's not a whole lot going on there. It means a little bit of rotation there, but it's not nearly enough to warrant a warning for. But just stay on here with me. I mean, what does it hurt here a little bit? I also want to I don't think these will be severe back here at all, but I just want to take a look and just watch those and make sure that they're not doing something crazy. What's your opinion on the tornado watch in Bowling Green? Well, we did just have a rotating supercell go through there, so it's absolutely warranted. Yeah, I do have fast boot turned off. Oh yeah, Fortnite. Oh, a lot of Fortnite lovers in here. Oh my goodness. I've not looked into Dota 2. Oh, I got you, Megan. We are using Weatherwise radar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Gridiron. I probably just need to wipe the cache, but there is something using up one of those single cores that Cam was mentioning. We definitely need to look at that and make sure that's not something. Oh my gosh, Cam plays Fortnite too. Everyone plays Fortnite. Oh yeah, I know that much. I will say, I don't know if this helps anyone diagnose my issues because again, it's not really weather related. So don't be mad at me. But the last few nights I've been playing Rainbow Six. I have had more packet loss on Rainbow Six or latency errors than ever. But we're not going to check the internet and the packet loss test net and all that good stuff. I don't see any issues. But anyway, just thought I'd put that out there. What speed am I paying for? Gig up and a gig down, which I know is a lot, but again, I do a lot of uploading. We have like 2 PS5s, a computer, and like a few smart TVs in the house because we have some people that live with us. So we have a lot. We have a lot of demand in the house. But yeah, usually we never have an issue. I never get the full gig, but you never really do get the full gig. You never really actually really do need if you need a full gig, you're running a really big operation. Agreed on the shirts. Oh, we got something coming with the shirts. Don't y'all worry. Don't y'all worry. Lacey, thank you for your 50 stars. I appreciate that. Why does Weatherwise only allow you to activate one Doppler at a time? Every high resolution radar like this only does one radar at a time. And I can't. I don't want to talk too much on it. Never mind. It might be the show. I never played that, but I would love to. Turning a video off while broadcasting on my phone, it draws a lot and lags my phone. Yeah, I don't have the overlays or anything on a NVIDIA. I have my computer actually very minimally resourced. And the CPU is slightly overclocked. The GPU is overclocked a little bit as well. Yeah, Cam. I mean, we'd have to talk. We talk about it. A lot of that's so expensive, but like, I've been wanting to get our own ISP, even if it's not as much as a gig up and a gig down. Having your own ISP is just so much cleaner, and a lot of the businesses like ours do have their own ISP, and it's just the response times they have is for like radars and stuff is so much better. Yeah, like for example, am I gonna leak anything if I do this? Let me do it off stream. Let me do it off on the other monitor. Again, there's no warning, guys. We're just kind of stalling to see if make sure this storm line is not going to do anything. So we're just kind of hanging out right now. Okay, let me start it over here so I'm not going to leak anything if I show y'all this, right? Let me do this. There we go. But this is with my stream going, with everybody at home pulling all their PS5s, all their smart TVs, all their phones and everything. Like in the dead of night, I usually get the full one. But 617 down and then 870 up. And there's like almost no jitter at all. I'm not going to finish that because... But then when I do the packet loss, because I do this one as well. Again, we're trying to figure out what's going on with my computer, guys. So we're not just messing around here. But this is the packet loss. Again, this is with everything going. Again, right now there are no severe warnings in the state. Okay, this is like the first time I've ever seen even one spike here in the packet response time. Usually it's very flat, very symmetrical, very nice. But again, that probably is because I'm doing a lot right now. But again, there's no severe warnings in the state. And again, here's my analysis of where we're at right now. So enough of the diagnostic. We'll come back to that in a second. But here's where we're at right now. Okay, here's your actual main line of storms: Litchfield, Brownsville, Bowling Green, Franklin. Okay. What has happened over the last 30 to 45 minutes is this from Campbellsville to Glasgow has really popped up. And what they've done is create a lot of rain in between the two lines and on the backside of the lines, by the way, as well. And what that's doing is potentially allowing for the environment and our air to become more stable and maybe not support as much of a severe risk. Now, we could still get a couple of severe warnings, which is why we're staying on live here with you guys. Because you still can get a couple of severe warnings on the leading line. So it would be this line, Campbellsville to Glasgow. And you can even still get a couple of severe warnings up here toward, like, let's say, Elizabethtown, Bardstown, so on and so forth. But overall, I think our threat is quickly diminishing. Okay? And again, the reason for that is we had those storms earlier today. We're already approaching 7:15 p.m., so we're going into some of the more tamed environment time. We're getting close to it anyway. And now we're starting to see a whole lot of rainfall occurring. And not only that, but if you look down into Tennessee, there's a lot of rainfall and storms happening down there as well. So there's really no room for warm air to keep coming up into Kentucky. So I think at this point, you're probably going to start to see some of these downtrends of these storms. So if you guys want to, go ahead and hop off the broadcast, I could lie to you and keep you in here and keep my viewership up. But that's not what we're about. But as of right now, my genuine analysis is, guys, I think this is declining. I think this is downtrending. Okay? And I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Again, I'm going to stay on live here with you guys because I am still seeing a lot of lightning. I am still seeing a couple of hooks. I am still seeing some indications that this is not completely done yet. But again, this looks like a genuine overall downtrend here. Okay? So that's where we're at right now. Special weather statements, I honestly don't pay attention to those because, again, you guys know how I feel about special weather statements. A buffer on your... What in the world is a buffer bloat test? What is that? Is that like waveform. Oh no, I see bufferbloat.net. How do I run the test? Waveform? Start test? I don't think it's show my IP, but I obviously don't know what I'm looking at either. Okay. Did it freeze? Oh no, there it goes. I don't think it's showing my IP, so I'm just going to bring it over here. And again, for those of you wondering, there's still not any severe warnings in the state. Let me go and pull this back up. Here, I'll do this side by side with the radar. Look at that. A flash flood. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, I don't have those warnings turned on right now because we're focused on the other severe threats, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of flash flood warnings. Just because, again, we've seen a lot of storms last few days. I got you, Tabitha. Thank you very much for your 200 stars. I appreciate you, my friend. Okay, I got a B. Is that good? I did get a triangle over the gaming part, which kind of makes sense because I have said I've been lagging on gaming. So I don't know exactly how to read this, though. It says I can download the... You want me to send this to you, Cam? Copy and send it to you? No, there are no tornadoes on the ground in Kentucky. There's not even any severe warnings in Kentucky. Again, everything right now is just general thunderstorms at the moment. Again, we're staying on live here with you just to make sure nothing gets too haywire. Above C is good. Yeah, so I don't think it's internet related too much, but there's definitely something on my computer that's... Because I have been getting, like, FPS drops and stuff as well. So there's definitely something going on. So I would definitely enjoy if you looked at it. If not, I think Axiom said they can look at it as well. Or however you pronounce that. Let's pull up Jennifer's video. She's like traveling in the line of the storms right now. I'm gonna turn off her audio though. She keeps having those random warnings pop up. Again, Missy, I think the storms are overall declining, and then adding to that, Eastern Kentucky's already seen a big round of storms today, really helping to decrease the threat for later on tonight. Yeah, I got you, Laura. I think they might be having an issue, or otherwise is into. Again, no one in the state right now has a severe warning. I think overall the storm line is declining a little bit, but we're going to stay here with you guys just to make sure. That applies to everywhere in the state, no matter where you guys are asking about. Michael, thank you for your 1,000 stars. I appreciate you, dude. Oh, my goodness. Thank you for the 1,000 stars, Michael. You don't play any Call of Duty? I used to. I feel like every time I get on there, though, I either run into a cheater or, like, it's just not a pleasant experience. So, I haven't played it too much. If I do play Call of Duty, it's usually the classic mode. I cannot play Warzone. Thank you for always being here during the bad weather. You make my anxiety not as bad for sure. I appreciate that. I know we're not talking about weather as much right now. We're talking about other things. But again, just to reiterate, I'm kind of stalling a little bit just to make sure that these storms don't really do anything absolutely crazy out of nowhere. Because I hate ending a live broadcast and having to immediately get back on. So anything you guys want to talk about, you let me know. Check out Project Zombo. What in the world is that? I'm on a big zombie game. What operating system do you have? Windows? Look at Taylor County again. Everything is just strong thunderstorms right now. And again, I know it probably sounds a lot worse than just regular thunderstorms in a lot of places because there is a lot of lightning out there. But remember, loud does not equal severe. Any luck on more weather cameras? We're working on it. I think we have some possible avenues we can take to get some things done. But I can't talk about it too much right now. I don't need any lawyers get mad at me. What is that children's store that sponsors you? That is Once Upon a Child in E-Town or on Outer Loop in Louisville. They have a lot of cool deals going on right now. I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but shout out to all of our sponsors. They know we don't do ads on the alert videos like this, but shout out to all of our sponsors. Once Upon a Child, E-Town, Kentucky, and Outer Loop in Louisville, as well as Plato's Closet in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Of course, FBI buildings with their pole barn repairs and renovations. Of course, they give free estimates and stuff too. I'm trying to do all this off the top of my head. Right Implement, our longest standing sponsor, one of my favorite sponsors. No hate to any of the other ones. I appreciate all of them. But Right Implement's done so much for us. So thank you to Right Implement. Again, phenomenal store that you want to support. Hyper Roofing, one of the best roofing companies in Hardin County based upon reviews, Better Business Bureau reviews, everything. Also, the quality product they use. So if you're in and around Hardin County after some of these storms, you want to get your roof checked out, Hyper Roofing. That link is scrolling in our chat somewhere. Yeah, let me turn on the flash flood warnings so people stop yelling at me. I have them turned off right now just to reduce radar clutter, but there's the flash flood warnings. Again, mainly for Bowling Green and Central City and Greenville. Let me turn up the border real quick as well. There we go. Now you can see it a little better. And then, who did I forget? They're jumping to Fun Inflatables. They're actually putting up the inflatables this weekend for Samuel's birthday party, who's going to be turning 1. I cannot believe it already. And they have so much inventory to choose from. Let's jump into Fun Inflatables. Be the cool parents and get your kids some inflatables. Still Rain Power Washing. They actually just power washed our house. So thank you to them. Again, we have some incredible before and after videos and pictures to show you guys. Really cool stuff. And I think finally, which is in Hardin County, by the way, Max Land and Hardscaping out of Vine Grove is working on remodeling our landscaping right now, and they've done a phenomenal job. So I can't recommend a lot of the sponsors we use, or that sponsor us and stuff, we use too. So we're not just putting anybody out there to you guys. Whenever someone sponsors us, we vet them, we use them, we do a lot of cool stuff with them. So again, a lot of the sponsors that you see scrolling there have actually either done work for us or we've chosen to work with them, so on and so forth, and they've always done great stuff. I would never recommend a sponsor to you guys that has bad reviews or bad history. So again, shout out to all of our sponsors. They're the reason we're allowed to be here for you guys 24/7. Thank you to all of them. Also, the Tornado Watch has been expanded out to Eastern Kentucky. Again, I said it was kind of 50-50. Right now, there are no severe warnings in the state, but the watch has been expanded out towards Somerset, Monticello, Williamsburg, London, Manchester, Corbin, Hazard, Hyman, Cumberland, Harlan, Middlesboro, Boonville, Jackson, Broadhead. Again, Tornado Watch has been expanded out there, but once again, you guys can kind of see it for yourself. We haven't really seen a whole lot in the state in a while, besides just general thunderstorms, and I don't really anticipate that changing too much, despite the expansion of the watch. The expansion of the watch is probably just from just kind of an abundance of caution, if you will. That is the E-Town cam, seeing some of those storms coming into Elizabethtown right now. Thank you again to the city of Elizabethtown government for allowing us to use that camera there along I-65. Let's go there and look at the camera out of Hodgeville from Telecast Communications. Once again, a great view there, looking right at the McDonald's. What is that store back there? Is that a gas station? This reminds me, I have not been to Hodgeville in so long. Again, not a whole lot on the cameras right now, just because, once again, we do not really have a whole lot of severe weather at the moment. Mainly just general thunder showers for most folks, which I can't imagine anyone's complaining too much about. Blitzkrieg Stafford's on YouTube says, "Yo, Weather Now Kentucky. George, you're getting a lot of shout outs on different Facebook news articles regarding weather. Send those to me. Send those to me. Thank you to ever shouting us out. We appreciate that. We have had a lot of people reach out to do interviews lately, but I don't have enough time in the day. In the off season, I plan to do more interviews and stuff with different outlets. But of course, send that to me on Facebook, Weather Now Kentucky, or our Twitter, Weather Now Kentucky. Can you search Future Radar? We really don't have Future Radar, because I think Future Radar is one of the biggest scams in all of Weather World. Yeah. What is your online business that you do? Weather Now Kentucky. Naam, but thank you for your 200 stars. I appreciate you. Reed Timmer just got hit by a tornado. Was he too close? Where's he at? Oh, tornado emergency down here. Oh my goodness. Is that what that is? Yeah, this is a tornado. This is not Kentucky, by the way, but I do want to look at this. Where is this? This is Huntsville. Ooh, not Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah, that is a big boy. Well, Brett was just behind it. I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is. Oh, wow. Again, this is not Kentucky. This is Town Creek, Alabama. There are no severe warnings in Kentucky right now. Yo, thank you, Staffords. I appreciate that. Alan, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you. Okay, that stream is just... I don't know if it's got to be just us at this point. Everyone's stream is lagging for me. Again, there are no severe warnings in the state right now. The main severe line right now is right around I-65, pushing east. If you are behind this line, basically western Kentucky, you're pretty much all clear. Again, just to kind of put in some perspective. Again, if you are behind this line here, so if you're this way, you're clear. And I could go ahead and probably say up here too, because there's really just not a whole lot happening. Wow, look at that camera in E-Town getting slammed by that rain there. Baby's doing great. Why is the watch till 2 a.m.? I don't know. I don't make the watches, my friend. Yeah, the Trader Watch did get expanded. Who made your logo, George? Looking for someone to make mine? I made the logo, TJ. I do most of the stuff that you see. I do, except for some of the graphics. James Pettis did those. Oh my god, we got some. I found a fake weather person. Oh goodness, get out of here. This is pretty much it. And yes, it is underperforming a little bit, which is always good news, especially after the week that we've had. But again, it is underperforming a little bit, but we have to watch and see kind of how these storms perform as they're pushing into eastern Kentucky. Do you think the tornadoes in Tennessee will make it to Kentucky? If they do, they're going to quickly be absorbed by the line, so I don't really see that for really being a thing. And you kind of look down here and already notice that the tornado warnings are pretty much getting pushed further and further south with each hour. Storms moving mainly east with a little bit of a northeast wiggle. Jessica, I think they're pretty much going to maintain where they're at now. Wouldn't be surprised to see some brief pulses up and down, but overall, I don't think we're looking at anything too incredible tonight. Do you believe in Bigfoot? Honestly, I've never really thought about it too much. Is it mostly just in case kind of thing? Maybe a little bit, but again, you still have to watch the southern part of the line, which we do ironically just now have a severe warning that's popped up for Scottsville to Fountain Run and Tompkinsville for a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. No real hell threat there. Let's take a bit of a look into this severe warning, where we do see a nice wind burst occurring. 67-mile-per-hour wind, 74 there on that reading. Probably a little bit overdone by the radar. But we are still seeing some. Again, it's the southern part of the line, folks. The northern part, I think it's way too messy up here. E-Town, Litchfield, Hodgeville, Campbellsville, Lebanon. That area, and as it pushes off to the east, I think it's just too messy. There's too much rain. When you have this much rain involved, it is very hard for storms to really get severe. Down here, there's a little bit less rain. There's still quite a bit. There's a little bit less rain involved. So again, by the way, Tompkinsville, Fountain Run to Scottsville, but not including Scottsville. Tompkinsville and Fountain Run more specifically. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, the main threat there over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Yes, Crystal. Mark Weinberg. Don't call me Mark Weinberg, please. Brandenburg's looking fine, though. West Side Beepin, that's a tornado warning being issued somewhere on the map, but not in Kentucky. Yes, the yellow outline is the severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. Western Kentucky just announced, or Paducah office just announced that their tornado watch has been canceled. Let's go and take a look at that. Indeed, it has. Tornado watch is starting to be trimmed off on the backside, folks. Again, this is pretty much the main show here. There's really not a whole lot to write home about. Are there any counties in Kentucky still under the tornado watch? Basically, from the line that you see there along I-65 to points east is still in the tornado watch. But it's again, still, guys, I don't. It is declining. You think Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame? Absolutely. Is the green rain? Yes. Scottsville, you were on the back door of that severe warning toward Tompkinsville. So you're likely hearing some of the winds go out toward that. I'm located in Hardin County. Yes, BG is clear. Yeah, Russell Springs is looking okay at the moment. We'll keep you guys updated. I know it's one of those areas that got hard hit. Stephanie, thank you for your 50 stars. Alan, thank you for your 99 stars. I appreciate you guys. Again, if you're behind the line, you are clear. I want to go to the bathroom real quick. Oh my gosh. Again, I will draw an area once more. Again, if you are in this area here, you are pretty much all clear. And again, I know I included some areas that are not hit yet because, again, I don't think storm's going to happen there. Okay? I got to go potty. You all look at the radar there, figure out where you're at, see if you're clear, you know, all the good stuff, yada, 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 yada. Be right back. Don't go nowhere. Oh, look at that severe warning there. And this is Bob. We did not get off the broadcast. I just had a feeling it wasn't done yet. All right, we're taking that off. Sonora, Hodgeville, Magnolia, again under that severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Let's go look at the camera from telecast cams from Cam out there. I love it. His name is Cam and he has cameras. It's my favorite part. Okay. Okay, help me out again. This is not facing south, is it? Oh Lord. I know you guys have told me this a gazillion times, but I just cannot remember all this. Because ideally, we probably need to face this west or south, one of the two. I got you, Kenneth. Thank you very much. Brian, there's no rotation out there. Especially, let me check again. Just make sure I don't put my foot in my mouth. I'll check again for you real quickly. Okay, so this is what you're seeing right here. This red. So when you have this much red next to the green like that, where it's that wide and that long, that usually indicates a downburst of winds or just straight line winds. What you're looking for, ironically enough, what you're looking for a tornado is something a little bit like this. Again, it's a little bit. Now, this is not. I don't want anyone to know we're freaking out. Oh my God, it's trying to come. No, this is still pretty far away, but it's a that's a little bit closer. We still have that green getting right next to that red, nice and bright. Let me see if I can find the tornado warning down here. And so you see how this is kind of a little bit circular, a little bit tighter. That's kind of what you're looking for. Even like with something like that. So look at those two and just kind of look up here again at the difference. See how much more wide and how much more dull this is. So again, that's kind of the difference between straight line velocity versus. Can I do that figure? I will bring the map back up here in just a second. Okay, where am I at with the camera here? The camera's pointed towards Magnolia South. It is facing south. Ooh, perfect. I kind of want to face the southwest. So how do I need to turn this here? And again, I know you guys told me like 17 gajillion times, but I cannot remember for the life of me. Oh, pull it off. Thank you. I'm getting timed out over here. Okay. I know he's told me several times. It's in our messages. I just for some reason cannot. I need to write this down. The school across the road is due east. So to turn this west, I probably need to turn this right because the school is to the left, ain't it? Yeah, there's a school. So the southwest would be pretty much there. Yep, I can see the storm line there with all the fog coming through. Yeah, this is in Hodgeville. So this is pretty much southwest, right? For my Hodgeville friends. It doesn't have to be perfect, but it's like close, right? Yep. I'm getting there. I took a screenshot of your message last time we talked about all that, Cam. All right, again, this camera is courtesy of Telecast Communications. Make sure I want to forget that. So now for example, that camera's in Hodgeville. We're looking down at the Sonora storm. And you know what? I really would not be surprised if there is maybe a little bit of rotation going on here. Yep. Because again, look at that little bulge right here. And we have the camera faced right toward that. Now there's so much fog on that front side. And now they've upgraded the warning to a tornado possible. So there is now a tornado possible tag on this warned cell for Sonora, Hodgeville, Buffalo, Magnolia, and New Haven. Cam, keep an eye on all your cameras. We might be able to get one of those. We might be able to catch something. I need to get a third monitor just for the cameras, don't I? Just like have a view of all three of them at one time. That's probably what I need to do. I have the two monitors here and then a big TV up top for the broadcast preview, but I don't have a third monitor. I probably need to if I'm going to start working with all these cameras because, like, that camera is good, but there's so much fog with that, we're probably not going to be able to see a whole lot until it gets past the camera. So we have to turn the camera the other way once it gets past. You see what I mean, Cam? Because there's just so much fog. We're not going to, yeah, we might have to. I'll keep it there for now, but once the storm gets, we might have to turn that camera the complete opposite way and watch it leave, basically. Okay, so that's the severe warning for Hodgeville, Buffalo, Sonora, Magnolia, New Hope, and New Haven, Kentucky. We do stop the severe warning down here for Tompkinsville and Fountain Run. Let's take a look down there and see if we're noticing any rotation or anything on the velocity charts. I don't see any rotation down here, but what I am seeing is some nice wind bursts. Nothing too crazy. It looks like a solid 60 mile per hour threat. But again, up here toward Hodgeville, Sonora, Magnolia, still seeing some rotation there. Not anything incredibly crazy. Let me make sure. Again, I would not be surprised If this keeps going on, if oh my god, my brain just completely lagged out right there. Speaking of lag, if those scans continue to come through with that much of a signal there, I wouldn't be surprised to see a tornado warning come out very soon. But again, it's all depending upon how those next few scans look. Again, folks, Bowling Green, Kentucky is clear. Anyone behind this line is clear. Again, anyone that's already had the line come through, you are good to go. Even if you're still seeing rain, if you've seen the hardest part of the line come through, you are good to go. Right now, we're focused on the active warnings, folks. By the way, it is incredible that this storm is able to go severe in the middle of all this rain. Very, very cool. Not cool, but you guys know what I mean. Yes, the line already went through Scottsville. It's going through it right now. Yeah, you're already on the backside. Again, all these deeper reds, that's where your line is currently at. All this yellow and green in the back, that's obviously fine. That's behind the line. Even this up here is probably not going to be anything too rowdy for Radcliffe and Louisville. And then obviously back here is completely all clear. Wait, did they go back to the E-Town one? I wanted to stay on the Hodgeville one. Why did it go back there? Stay there. That's over Sonora. Cam, are you chasing this cell? Or did you just happen to get that picture? That's close. There's a nice little wall cloud there. I don't really see any inflow hotels yet, but you said that's over Sonora. And if there was any rotation on this at all, it would be the southern side of Sonora. A little bit between Upton and Sonora. Again, it still doesn't look like a whole lot like anything super impressive, but it's there. Have a good night, Caitlin. No going home. Okay, I was about to say. Katie, if New Haven had a tornado, do you think it would be stronger? Probably on the weaker side. Yes, again, anyone that's past this line is clear. If you're close to the line, just stay here with us. If you're in front of the line, you still have a night to go. But if you're past, if the line's already past you, you're clear. You're good to go. Again, we do have a severe warning for Hodgeville, Sonora, Buffalo, Magnolia. Oh goodness, sorry, something in my eye there. New Haven and New Hope, Kentucky. We also have the severe warning down here to the south for Tompkinsville and Fountain Run. Again, both for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But the one over here for Hodgeville, Sonora, and Buffalo does have a tornado possible tag on it. So, again, we're keeping an eye on it, making sure that it doesn't do anything too crazy here. We're just going to kind of watch this as the new scan comes in. Somerset has a couple of hours. Very, very dark towards Upton and Magnolia. Yeah, again, I think, well, if there was any rotation with this, it would probably be, I mean, darn near right in Sonora. Probably heading up toward Hodgeville. I mean, it's really close. Somewhere between Sonora and this yellow arrow. It's very close. Wait a second. What's on the camera? Go to the full cam. Not me. Not me, full cam. Oh, it's not on that. Okay, cool. Here. Why does it keep refreshing out of the E-Town one? I was trying to see if we could see anything from the E-Town camera, but I don't know if that's pointed south. Don't freeze on me. Come on. The only bad thing about using the VLC source on OBS is it is so prone to freezing. Drew from Hascams told me about a newer way to do this, and I've got to remember what he said to do with this. And I think it's frozen. Man, that's really unfortunate. Let's try switching it again. Okay, the E-Town one's good. Wait, is it go? Oh, no, it's not frozen. It's going. Okay. And this is pointed southwest. Okay. Let's keep an eye on that camera there. Again, that's focused right on this storm cell right now, so we're able to get a good eye on what that's actually doing down there. What do we have going on down here? Also, more wind burst occurring. Nothing too crazy. What about Barstown? Should we be worried? That seems way too messy for Barstown to be worried, in my opinion. There's a lot of rain, and I think you're just north of this warning here. Probably going to go just to your south. I wouldn't think so, my friend. Coming down on Fort Knox, thank you for the update there. How long does it take for a new radar scan to come in? About every 3 to 5 minutes. I'm not sure what Chaplin, Kentucky is. Again, guys, make sure you give me bigger cities near you if you know that you live in a small town so I can help answer your question faster. Try to use a regular media source and just uncheck the box that says local file. Do that sometime when you're live. I tried that, but it wouldn't let me do multiple media sources for multiple cameras. Store is very, very dark. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just pouring rain there. Chelsea with a 20 stars. Thank you very much for that. Says, do we still have another line of storms after this? No, this is pretty much the only one. The only one of any major real concern. I love that picture, Jessica. Danville, obviously you have this storm line. It's about to approach your area. You know, it's really hard to say if there's going to be severe risk or not. But again, are you on that tornado watch? I think you are. No, you're just north of it. Just north of that tornado watch. I'll answer a few backyard questions, folks, but I'm not going to do all of them because I'm not. You guys are going to ruin my voice. No, Fort Knox doesn't need to be worried. Smith's Grove should be in the clear. Up to Kentucky, it's very close to you. Right, so yeah, Sonora and Upton, you're under that severe cell. The rest of it should be exiting your area very soon. And this no longer really looks like any real rotation to me at the moment. This can spin back up, though. But again, this looks more like a downburst of winds is occurring. This is the correct warning, as always, usually from the National Weather Service out of Louisville. But again, that would be incredible if this thing spun up a tornado right now, just because of all the rain that's wrapped around it. Will there be a tornado threat in London, Kentucky tonight? You are under a tornado watch until 2 a.m. Eastern time, I believe. Not sure where Willisburg is. Louisville, you might just be too far north of the main show tonight. We do have the HAS came up in Louisville. We can take a look there and see what's going on. Yeah, just some casual rain. Let's say 18-mile-per-hour winds being picked up by the HAS cam there. 74 degrees. 21 people watching that camera. But no, Louisville's just, I think Louisville's too far north of the main show tonight. Just some scattered rain, maybe some thunder mixed involved as well, but nothing to be concerned about. Scott, I am not certified. What does the part coming into Somerset area look like? Again, by that time, I do expect it to be a little bit weaker, but as of right now, it's producing mainly 50 to 60 mile per hour winds at the moment for that part. Elizabeth, thank you for the update there out of Lawrenceburg. Do you think London will get hit as bad as the last tornado? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What in the world, Trista? What is that about? Severe thunderstorm warning for Knox. Where? What? There's not a severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Knox, or Knox County, or Knox, Kentucky. Any of those three. I do have a Discord, but I haven't made one for the Weather Now Kentucky community just because I never really thought about it like that. The light blue is a flash flood warning. Oh, look at that Hodgeville camera now. Yeah, we're probably going to have to turn this camera completely around at some point and watch the backside because there's no way we're going to be able to see that. There's not a shot. Look at that lightning coming through there, though. This is the camera out of Hodgeville in the middle of that severe warning right now as that severe cell is pushing into the area. It's every time I go to a new scene, it's changing back to the E-Town camera. I don't know why it's doing that for. Oh, I know what's going on with. I know what's going on with that. Okay, I'll change that after we look. Well, I guess we ought to. I guess we ought to stay on the E-Town camera because there's quite literally nothing you can see on the Hodgeville camera right now. There's quite literally nothing. Send me a vid. We're on Facebook. Okay. No, I don't think Moorhead needs to be in a shelter.
Ow. Severe wind and rain right now in Sonora. I'm not even moving.
Cam, can I show this? I mean, I'm sure it's fine if you would have sent it to me, but that just burnt my ears out. That was so loud. What is going through Radcliffe right now? Strong thunder shower. Okay, I'm showing it. Cam's taking too long to answer.
Severe wind and rain right now in Sonora. I'm not even moving. And it's just slamming.
Look at that.
Severe.
Also, I'm loving the Little Debbie cakes right there. Good video, Cam. Thank you. Yeah, I would be. I mean, definitely straight line one's going on. It would not be. There were definitely some sheets of rain coming down there too. Yes, I know about the tornado watch. Oh, they're spiking back up. No, again, this storm line is going to probably continue to pulse up and down for quite some time. You're going to see a couple of warnings here and there. You're going to see a couple of time frames where there's no warnings. It's a marginal severe risk. Yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Hardin County is this warning down here in Hodgeville to Sonora to Buffalo and Magnolia. And that severe warning is exiting the county here very soon. Pretty much all of Hodgenville. Someone asked where in Hodgeville. Pretty much all of it. Let's take a look at that Hodgeville camera again, see what's going on there. Oh, that sounds about right. Look at that. Let me see if I can pan this camera around a little bit and see if we can't. Look at that camera in Hodgeville for that severe warning there. Ain't that something? Let's see if I can't look around. Oh, that's better. I didn't realize it was zoomed in a little bit. Okay. That should be the radar tower that way. Yep. Look at that. That's a pretty cool view. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hello. What are you doing? I'm really curious to see what that looks like once it gets past this camera a little bit. It's a little bit too close to the camera right now. It's that whatever that cloud was, I can't tell what it was at the moment. Whatever that cloud was way too close to the camera. I could not figure out what that was at the moment. That was, look at that lightning. Again, this camera right now, if you look at the left side of the screen there, it's in Hodgeville, right in the middle of that warning in Hodgeville. Let's turn the camera a little bit, see what we're looking at. Okay, there's the cable that always gets in our way. Okay, I kind of want to leave the camera here a little bit and see what this looks like as it exits. Because now I'm pretty much pointing northeast, right? Because the school was east. I'm pretty sure I'm past the school. The other way was south. So I'm pretty sure I'm pointing northeast now. So once the fog kind of moves out, I want to see what these clouds look like upon exit. So let's leave that there for a little bit. Not a tornado. No, that either way, that cloud was not making it to the ground. But I couldn't tell if it was a funnel or scud because it was too close to the camera. So that's why I'm leaving the camera there. And then when it exits, we'll take a look at it a little bit further because it was too close to the camera. And whatever it was definitely rotating, 1,000%. You could definitely tell it was moving horizontally, but I couldn't tell exactly what it was because it was too close to the camera. I mean, look, you can't see. This camera is a phenomenal camera, by the way, and it's raining so hard that you can't see. I know the school over there is east. I think I'm pointing northeast, which is kind of where I want to be pointing. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that there. Okay, let's go ahead and pull it back up on our main screen there. Okay. Tompkinsville, you still have your severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. Hodgeville, obviously, you still have your severe warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That's the cell that's on the camera there. Yeah, I mean, look, you have the little notch in there on the south side of Hodgeville. So I need to look south, not northeast. I need to look south. So let's go back. We need to be looking. I mean, look at that camera. You just can't see anything. But we need to be looking south. And I turn this back almost completely the other way. I can't even see where I'm turning the camera to. Let me put it down to the ground a little bit. What the? That's not... I did not hold that all the way down like that. Okay, now we can see. Looks like some hail bouncing off. Okay, this is... No? No, this is south. This is south. McDonald's is south, right? South. Okay, perfect. This is where we want to look at because I think that's where the rotation might be if we're seeing anything. Again, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it with all the fog and all the rain showers going on. But there is a... Why does it keep going so far? Right there. Wait, what is that? Thought I saw something there, but no. Again, don't know if we're gonna be able to see it because there's so much rain going on. But there's definitely some rotation down there toward Buffalo. So we need to be looking like southeast ish. Which is definitely back over to the left toward the school a little bit. Like right there ish? Okay, let's see the camera there for now. Again, because what we're looking for, again, where that camera's pointing at, we're looking for this right here. See that little notch out right there? Again, it's not anything crazy, but we've seen even less signals get tornado warned back out in West Kentucky. So again, that's why I want to keep an eye on that. Again, not anything super crazy. There's definitely a little bit there, maybe even a little bit up here on the northern side of the cell as well. You've definitely found your peak cell right now in Hodgeville and Buffalo. Down here, let's go ahead and check down here. Edmonton, there's some nice wind gusts going on there. Columbia, some nice wind gusts going on there. No real rotation in any of those places. Yeah, no. Severe warning for Tompkinsville has been canceled, by the way. So the only severe warning right now is that Hodgeville cell. Is the middle of Taylorsville, Bardstown. Chapman and Williamsburg is the middle of Taylorsville, Bardstown, Springfield, Bloomfield, Danville. Oh, okay. So you're in your... Oh. So you're like right here-ish. So you're on the northern side of that cell there. New Haven take shelter. That would not be a bad idea. I'm not saying it's necessary because there's not enough evidence there to support that, but it's never a bad idea when it's at least that close. It does include New Haven. Now, Thunder and E-Town, yeah, you're hearing all that activity to your south there. South, southeast. That probably would work pretty well. Again, I don't think we're going to get a pocket where I don't think it's even going to matter because there's just so much freaking rain. So I don't think it's going to matter too much. There is a school where the baseball field, the school is east, so we're probably needing to look right there. I don't think we're going to get a vision on it just because there's so much fog, but hey, it's worth a shot. This looks like it's heading for Berea, but we're not in the watch. How does that make sense? I don't make the watches, my friend. The only thing I can tell you is that they're probably thinking that the southern side of the line is going to become the more dominant, which makes sense in situations like this. This cell that we're seeing in Hodgeville is a pretty rare instance. Usually, in situations like this, the more south you go, the more dominant the line gets. So that's my only philosophy on that. Do we need a shelter in Hodgeville and Buffalo? Well, looks like whatever it was is already beginning to get past you. Again, wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you got the notch in there. You got a notch in there. You got a notch in there with the bulge out there. I cannot rule out a quick spin up. I really can't. That's why I really want to watch that camera. The only thing that sucks is it is so foggy right there right now that we're not actually able to see a whole lot. The camera's great, but it's so rainy and foggy that it's just not. I don't think it's going to matter too much. But we're going to keep an eye on it, and we can obviously zoom it in a little bit too if we see a little something here soon. But right now, it's not even worth messing with it because there's too much rain there. Look at the pic I sent you a screenshot. Yeah, and I don't know if that was I don't know if that was because it was too close to the camera, but that certainly looks like a funnel cloud. I mean, it really does. I'm going to save that and send that to NWS Louisville. I mean, it's really close. Okay. Got that tweeted out to NWS Louisville, sent that to them. Again, guys, if the line's already passed you, you're clear. And the severe threat overall is not anything super tremendous at this point, even if you're in front of the line. Come on, computer. Okay. And of course, that tweet has not sent, so now I have to resend it because why not? God forbid anything works. Let's send that again, and maybe to actually send this time. Okay, or it's just not going to send. All right, perfect. Whatever. Just trying to send that out to NWS Global so they could see it, but it's not wanting to come through, so. Okay, we saw the severe warning with the tornado possible tag for that Hodgeville cell heading toward New Haven, New Hope, so on and so forth. Everywhere else is non-severe at the moment. If you're behind these lines, you are good to go. If you're in front of these lines, I still think you're not looking at a tremendous risk, but you still have a severe risk for tonight. Again, if you live in a small town, I can't really help you too much because I don't know exactly where every small town is. If you live in a small town and know it, please give me a bigger city that's near you so I can help answer some of your questions. What is going on here? Did the tweet send or not? Yeah, I'm seeing people liking the tweet and stuff, but I'm not seeing the tweet actually pop up. What is going? I don't know what's happening tonight with our technology over here, but something's not right. No, I think Lexington's a little bit too far north. Will the storm in Hodgeville reach Richmond? Probably go just to your north. But again, that's a couple of hours away. It might look a lot different by the time it actually gets there. What are your thoughts on severe weather reaching Frankfurt tonight? Probably a little bit too far north for the severe weather. I know the tweet went through, but I quite literally cannot see it. This is crazy. Okay. Again, guys, you kind of judge for yourself here that the storms really aren't performing all that phenomenally. So I think everyone can take a collective breath of awe here and just know that it's kind of underperforming a bit. There can still be a couple of severe warnings, but it's not looking like an overall, overwhelming threat for tonight. It really isn't. Okay, some of the fog is lifting now, so let's check a check in and see if we can't find something. Looks like it's still got a lot of fog up there. You can kind of see a little bit of a back wall there. What is that? What are you doing, little guy? I believe I'm facing pretty much a little bit northeast now, right? East northeast, if you all will. There's that freaking cable again. I don't want to keep this. Let's keep this right here. Zoom it out a little bit, maybe. Oh, I am zoomed out. Okay. All right. Click back over to the main radar here. Yeah, so again, this is where we're at, guys. I'm starting to see a lot of backyard questions again. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired here. I'm starting to see a lot of backyard questions again. So let me just give you a quick recap, a quick rundown of where we're at here. Okay. So pull this over a little bit more. So I think if you're behind this line, which again is like right here, that random warning there. Again, if you're behind this line, you're pretty much good to go. The environment's way too worked over. Might see some cells come through here and dive down. But once again, the environment's pretty worked over, guys. It's pretty worked over. So pretty much good to go on the backside there. If you're north of Lexington, like right around Lexington to points north, I again just cannot see too much of a severe threat for you. You're too far north of the warm front. Maybe not even the warm front, but it's too far north of the main activity. So that brings us to this bottom corner of the state. Okay? Again, pretty much this area. Pretty much the same area as Friday, right? But you can see there are no severe warnings. There's a lot of rainfall on the front edge, right? Which we know doesn't matter a whole lot, but it does matter some. So again, we do have a lot of rainfall on the front edge there. That's going to help to take over that environment, kind of tamp it down. You also have to remember, this area actually has storms as recently as 4 o'clock Eastern time. So we know their environment's already not very primed for severe weather. It still has some potential, but it's not very primed. Okay? So again, my overall thought is we'll continue to see this line die down a little bit. I also wouldn't be terribly surprised if we see a couple more severe warnings. The odds of a tornado warning at this point for me, probably about 3%. Okay? That's not an official number. That's just off the top of my head. Probably about 3%. To put that into perspective for you, our odds of a tornado warning on Friday were 15%. Okay? In some places, it could have been 30%. Or some argue it should have been 30%. All right? So, to me right now, the tornado odds are going down. Damaging winds risk is going up. But even that, it's not looking overwhelmingly likely when you have this much rainfall on the leading edge. That's helping to work over that environment. An environment which, by the way, has already seen storms as recently as 4.5 hours ago. Now we're going into the sunset time frame and after sunset. So again, everything to me is screaming that the storm line is going to start dying down here. We are already seeing it decline. And once again, when you're talking about all these factors that lead into it, I'm not seeing an overwhelming threat here. I'm not. We could see a couple more warnings, mainly for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, maybe some small hail. And again, I'm just not seeing a whole lot here. I'm just not. So again, the purple areas are good to go. The red area, you still have a severe risk, but even in my opinion, it's not something that we have to prepare for the end of the world for. I could see a couple more severe warnings, again, for 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some small hail. But overall, it's not anything like Friday. And again, there is technically still a tornado risk, but to me, it's weakening every 10 minutes we go deeper into the night. It's getting much weaker. So again, find yourself on the map there. If you're in the pink zones, you're good. Even if you're in the red zone, I'm not seeing a massive severe risk. We are going to conclude this broadcast because, again, even though we did have the Hodgeville server there that got it briefly a little bit wild, if you will, overall, over the last hour and a half that we've kind of sat here with you guys, there really has not been much. There really hasn't. And I want you guys to know that when we're live, that's when you guys really need to watch. There's really not a need at this point for us to be live. So again, I know I'm still seeing a lot of location questions. Please look at the map, see where you're at. If you don't see your name on there, look for a bigger town that's near you, give you some perspective of where you are. Because at this point, my voice is about gone, and I can't answer every single city and county. I can't. Sarah Beth, what's funny, my friend? We have done 4.5 hours coverage here, 12 hours coverage on Friday. If we need to be live, we will be live. We're not going to be live for some thunder showers. All right? Just because it sounds scary doesn't mean it is. All right? I'm giving you the God's honest truth. Loud does not equal severe. So hopefully Sarah can explain what's funny. Again, loud does not equal severe. And I've explained very well on what to expect the rest of the night. And again, of course, if we do need to go live and there are already tornado warnings or there are already damaging severe warnings, again, we will be back live with you guys like we always are. But as of right now, guys, we've had 2 warnings over the last hour and a half in Kentucky. All right. There's really, the line is obviously declining. I'm not going to waste your time sitting here. I'm not going to waste my time sitting here. Because again, you guys know we got your back. You guys know we got your back. If anything does pop off, we'll be back here with you guys. Eat soup, my friend. Sarah, why don't you just, Sarah, you have a good night and God bless you, my friend. You have a good night and God bless you. Enjoy finding a new weather source. All right. So again, I'm just not seeing a whole lot of a threat here. Yeah, again, pink zones are good to go. Red zones, your main threats are going to be damaging winds of up to 60 mile per hour with a couple of severe warnings possible. Again, not a whole lot expected here tonight, guys. You can obviously see the line is weakening for yourself. All right. Again, I think, yeah, Pikeville's in that red circle. Could see a couple of severe warnings out in that red circle area, but again, not a whole lot. Cheshire, thank you very much. I appreciate you. I find your weather stream fascinating. Thank you very much. And again, you guys know if we need to be back here, we're going to be back here. You guys know we're going to continue to do our post updates on Twitter and Facebook, so go follow us over there. You guys know we're going to continue to have your back. But if we've had 2 severe warnings in the last 90 minutes, there's no need for me to sit here and be here with you guys. Okay, remember, loud does not equal severe. So even if it sounds bad out there, it might not actually be bad. Somerset right now, you have some rain showers going on, thunder showers approaching from your west. So I'm confused with the 10% risk for London. Again, that's from the SPC, the National Weather Service. I can't tell you. We don't make those forecasts. Austin, I appreciate you, my friend. Again, to mention Somerset once more. Again, in that red circle, wouldn't be surprised to see a couple severe warnings somewhere in that red circle, mainly for 60 mile per hour wind gust. But again, I think overall our threat is diminishing. I don't make the forecast for the SPC or the National Weather Service. Again, what they do is up to them. But in my eyeballs, you can clearly see it for yourself. We've had 2 severe warnings over the last 90 minutes. To me, this does not warrant a tornado watch at this point. If anything, I could see a severe thunderstorm watch, but again, they're not going to change that at this point. They're going to let it ride. All right. They're going to let it ride. So I appreciate you guys so much for hanging out with me and getting your coverage from me. I appreciate you guys a lot. Once again, we will continue to do our post updates on Facebook and Twitter. And of course, keep you guys updated that way. And if anything does pop off or get dangerous or life-threatening, of course, we will hit that go live button once again and be right back here with you guys. Okay? All right. I appreciate you guys so much. I'm George Herbig, Chief Forecaster here with Weather Now Kentucky. Thank you so much for tuning in to our wall-to-wall coverage here once again. And of course, if we need to be back, we will be back. We got your back, Kentucky. Don't worry. Until next time, stay safe, folks.